mad at your computer.
I'm gonna talk.
You know, one day that computer is gonna be like sapient and be artificially intelligent, and then from there,
Yeah.
your computer's gonna look back on this experience and think of how hurt its feelings are retroactively.
Oh, Roko's Basilisk, but on my computer. I don't think my computer has the processing power to handle an AI. Let's go ahead and see if the stream is running, shall we? Open image in new tab. Didn't want to open that, I just... Hello! Welcome to the Variable Productivity Livestream. I am your host, Rodolus. The 2 is silent. I'm going to be working today on some models. Joining me is Cryo. Let's see.
I'm not doing anything here. I'm just here for moral support.
Yes. And what support it is. Nah! Anyway, so let me go ahead and... So the stream is running. I just can't see it. Let me just duplicate my window here. Get double music playing. Everyone likes that. Also, let me know if you can't hear the music. I will turn it down.
If you take anything and you double it, it instantly becomes better.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
I mean, you played the Stanley Parable. It's like, you know, a sequel. You take a thing and then make it 2, and then it's just better.
Hello, Britikimi. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Welcome to the Variable Productivity Livestream. LOL to you as well, I suppose. Stanley Parable is lots of fun. Don't get me wrong. I feel like I've locked myself out of a lot of endings, though, by some way. I don't think I can actually finish it without, like, deleting my progress. I don't know what to do to go forward in that game. Which is unfair. Not unfair, it's unfortunate. The game is fine, it's not unfair.
I only now just thought when you said lol, like, that's, like, I'm thinking about the ways of what that could mean. You got lots of love, you got laugh out loud. I think League of Legends, that's lol.
That is lol. And I'm sure they've definitely used that in their marketing. It's, like, too easy. It's just an easy pickup. Like, hey, LOL, that's us. League of Legends. You'll lol at that. What is going on? Okay. So yeah, today I'm going to be doing some modeling, as you might have imagined. It's what I typically do on these streams. That's not to say that that's all we do on these streams. Sometimes, somebody draws something. Gonna widen the horizons of what it is that we do around here, but not today.
You should get like a thing where like, you know, you're modeling streams, and then you could have an image of somebody just, I don't know, playing a game or something in the background, just random crap.
Yeah, we'll just have other people streaming, like just other streams that are just happen to be running. You know, keep that viewership high. I'm kidding, of course. That would be unethical. Let me cut this. All right, let's do these models. So today I'm going to continue working on the Fury Ostrich, drawn by the extremely talented... My goodness, I had the name in my head and then it came...
Yaiko?
Yaiko, that's the one. Yaiko. Oh, also I realize I'm not just streaming I'm streaming my whole stream. That's not okay. That's not okay at all.
You don't want to show your tabs?
No, the tabs are mine. No one's allowed to see that. Is that full screen though? I hope it is. It should be full screen when I bring that up, right?
Why is the ostrich furious? What made it so mad? What hurt its feelings?
The person who made it so angry is one Dr. Fukurikov. He designed it to be the angriest robot it could possibly be. He said, "Go forth, my child."
You know, we're talking unethical. That seems like a kind of a mean thing to do. Like, you're kind of a jerk.
Oh yeah, no, he's a villain. He does not care.
Always feel anger. Like, you're missing out on so much of the human experience.
Well, it's a robot bird, so human experience is not exactly one of its priorities. I'm just gonna say that.
A question: if we can create like perfect, like furious artificial intelligence, like we can like simulate anger in like a perfect sense where it could, like, you know, power a machine to basically feel. Does that mean that we, on some level, would then by that point be able to logically understand how and why we feel anger on a mass scale as the human race?
I mean, I guess. But I think we're making the robot do it just cause. And maybe you can create something without actually fully understanding it. And then being like, I don't know why I'm angry, but I can make this thing angry. And I wanted to make all my people, the people I don't like, feel pain.
I mean, that's how we work. Like, I don't know why I'm angry. I just know I can make other people angry.
And, you know, it works every time. I don't know why I'm angry, but misery loves company. Scale this up a little. Ooh, medium point. So yeah, working on...
I completely forgot that E3 was coming up.
It's canceled this year, isn't it?
Well, it's not E3. I just say, like, E3 isn't, like, the general, like, oh, this is the game event time.
Yeah, it would usually be the game event time, but they can't get anyone to show up, so, like, they're not gonna bother. Hey,
Yeah,
PJ Squared.
Keighley or whatever doing his thing.
What'd you say?
The Jeff Keighley thing. Summer Games Fest usually happens, I think.
Oh, well, maybe it'll still happen. I have little doubt that they will find something to fill the void of E3. No problem. They'll figure it out. They'll be like, oh, we'll just do literally anything else. It'll be fine. Because nobody needed to go to E3. It was only hype because it was the only game in town, and since it no longer is, they can literally do anything else. They're like, hey, how about we just do the Nintendo?
For me, Nintendo, like, always sucked. The only reason, like, you looked at it and thought, like, wow, this is amazing is because all the announcements were there, but that doesn't really mean anything. Like, what really made E3 was, like, the glamour, the glitz, like, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And to anyone that's actually there in person, they'd say it's a miserable experience.
Yeah, they don't like it. It's uncomfortable, and there's just it's just a bunch of lines standing, from my understanding.
Like, there was a YouTuber called Beat 'em Ups, and I saw one of, like, they apparently made, like, a podcast or something. I was watching it. It's like, but they told the story of how when they worked with Nintendo, they were like a partnership or whatever, and he was given like during E3 of 2017. That year, Nintendo only brought Breath of the Wild to the stage floor. It was the only game that they had. They built like a massive dome, and it was the only game they had there that year to show off. And he was there as a partner, and, you know, given his work with Nintendo, they wanted him to get experience with the game, and the only way he could do that was to go to E3 and do all that kind of stuff.
Right.
It turns out the only way he could get there was with a higher than average like pass to get to pass the stage 4 and to actually like play the game or whatever. And Nintendo provided him with the standard pass that wouldn't allow him to actually get into their booth and play.
They sent him, though.
The only game that they bought.
The only game that they what? Bought?
The only game that they brought to the stage floor required a certain pass, and Nintendo only provided him with the standard pass that wouldn't allow him to get into their booth.
And they're Nintendo, and they're like, yeah, okay, well that seems like some serious oversight. And when I say serious oversight, I don't know what the heck that caused that. It's just bad at your job. Like, hey, whoever was in charge of event planning and all that kind of stuff sort of fell asleep on the job. Just gonna say that. Alright, getting some messages from some folks. Let me see, what is that? Oh, no. Client. Alright, I'll deal with that later. So,
do you still think the environment in Sonic Frontiers is going to be a hub?
Have you seen anything to the contrary? I'm willing to change my theory based on evidence, but I really don't think it's going to change. I think it's just going to be a hub. I mean, you've said something.
I think that is the open world. Like, absolutely. Like, they called it an open zone experience. That could mean...
I think that's intentionally misleading. Go ahead.
Smaller chunks. Like, it could be in smaller chunks. I think that's literally just their marketing way of being, it's an open world, but they say zone to make it sound Sonic-y.
I feel like they're saying that because zones, aren't typically worlds. They are stages. And if it's open zone, then that means it's big levels. If it's big levels, it's kind of like God of War, maybe, the most recent one. It's got, obviously, it'll have to be bigger because Sonic is way faster than Kratos is. Or maybe he's not, who knows? He's got the Hermes feet.
Yeah, it's like a game scale kind of a thing, where maybe Kratos is faster than Sonic, but like everything is just like smaller in the Sonic games.
Yeah, so the Sonic game has to be big. It's gotta be big. So it's gonna be open zone. So there's gonna be more than one. That's what makes me think that there's going to be more than one, since they did say there were going to be more than one, and they're going to be open zones, so you can go to them probably whenever you want, whenever you open them. Obviously, probably not from the very beginning. You're not going to be able to go everywhere. I feel like they're going to be substantially large, but in order to have the Sonic the Hedgehog video game experience that everyone wants or expects, they would need to be hubs. But if they want to do it differently, they'll have to really find a way to make, the kilometers and kilometers, the square kilometers of the game space that they're going to have to build in there interesting to play in and big.
No, it's like you need. I don't just want to be like, if I'm playing this game, I don't want to be running around as Sonic in a grassy field for 100 hours.
Like, unless that experience is in and of itself engaging, which I don't see how it could be. It's not like Sonic going fast is nothing new to anybody.
There have been many rumors that have some form of credibility that there will be RPG elements and skill trees and garbage, and I'm like, oh no.
Look, I'm willing to play anything if it works, but I just don't think it will work that way. That needs to be way thinner. I'm doing the wrong thing here.
I just don't trust Sonic Team to make something this ambitious and not screw it up.
Yeah, it's not I feel like it's not an unfounded concern. It's like, look, you've burned us in the past. I don't know why you expect me to trust you now.
The only time it feels like they have any confidence in their product is when they strip away all aspects of control.
Oh wait, scale this on the shift.
It's like you think, the boost formula, as much as I like those games, right? They are designed to be linear, not just linear, right? It's more so controlled experiences. I think on some level, Sonic Team might be afraid of making a looser, more free-flowing experience that isn't easily controlled and manipulated to get a very specific experience out of the player. So that, it's that sort of if we design everything to be automated and controlled, we don't have to worry about anything screwing up because the player won't have control, so we can just keep everything focused.
Yeah, no, and a lot of video game manufacturers, I guess, designers, do that. Remember, there was this big explosion of QuickTime events in video games. It was a quick and easy way to make your game feel more in-depth or epic, to use that term, without actually having to program the intricacies of that kind of control scheme. It's like, oh, we can just have Kratos jump up and tear off an animal head or something like that. It'll look awesome. It'll be really cool. You cannot play that. We couldn't possibly figure out how to make that work.
These events aren't always cheap, but often they're used as a shorthand for actual design.
Yeah, no, they're definitely. Because it's easier to make a scripted sequence than it is to script the sequence so that it plays the right way every time.
Program and animation.
Programming, animation, QA testing, all of the ways in which that scene could break. It's really hard to make video games already, and then you're going to throw all this in here? I mean, it makes sense. It's just not preferable when it comes to a gameplay experience being fun.
You know how to find something interesting around that. If gameplay is shallow, give us something else to work with.
Yeah. So I keep bringing it up. I don't think I've actually showed you a good example of it, but the Aranea Highwind boss fight from Final Fantasy 15, probably the highlight of the entire game. That game was heavy with QuickTime events and cutscenes, and you could tell that most of the game wasn't done when they put it out, because there's nothing really going on, really, and all the big events are mostly just big cutscenes where you kind of push in some buttons sometimes. But the boss fight with Aranea Highwind took in a mechanic that they had spent a lot of time showing you how to do, which was the little flash step that Prince Noctis is able to do. I forget what it's actually called. Just think of basically it's teleporting around the map. By throwing your sword, it hits an object, and then you teleport to where the sword is, right?
Yeah.
You have a whole duel with Aranea Highwind in the sky, just throwing back and forth, and it looks like something out of Naruto. It's not scripted. It's just something you get to play based on that mechanic, simple as it is. Yeah. It's just that looks awesome. It's just the two of you fighting, shooting your little lightnings and stuff across the night sky, and you're looking up most of the time, and it's just this is awesome. It was kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Still kind of a cheap thing, because it's not a lot of different mechanics, but still, it's fun. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, go ahead.
And then you think of games that use quick time events in like a fun way. Like you think of like Metal Gear Solid, like Rising. That game has a lot of quick time events that are just like, it's meant to be insane. You think of Platinum games, their quick time events are meant to be crazy and weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like you think of like Wonderful 101, the last quick time event is just you mashing like the fucking like the X button or whatever, like just constantly. And it literally, like, it has fun with it, where it's like, it knows you're mashing a button constantly, with like this crazy hype moment in the game, so it just has press X to save the world.
Yeah, no, I like to defend Earth. I think I saw that one time. Britic Emmy says, this may be a hot take, but I think Sonic going fast in 3D isn't that good. I mean, it's not really a hot take. It's well-trodden territory.
Going fast, what do you mean?
Huh?
Because it's like, when you say like going fast, what do you mean? Because if you're playing a Sonic game, a mainline Sonic game, and you're not going fast, then you're not making a...
You're making Sonic, what's it called? Sonic, the Lost World or something.
Yeah, no, like, speed is integral to Sonic. Like, it is like, arguably the most important aspect of a Sonic game. Like, obviously design and platforming and stuff like that matters to just make a good game, but if there's no speed, it's not a Sonic game. That's what makes Sonic Sonic. His name is Sonic.
His name is Sonic. Yeah, I can feel that. Because, like, that's one of the things that I think drives the development even of our game, is the fact that, like, look, this is not a Sonic game in the traditional go fast type of a thing, and like, and I don't think
the aesthetic, the vibe,
the world and the vibe is fine, and I feel like, you know, if I was in any kind of management position and hadn't lost my mind over there at Sega, I would probably be like, we don't have to make games about Sonic that are about this game design. Like, we could make other games.
Give me a Knuckles, like, expand on the Werehog concept and make it a Knuckles game.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Like, everyone said that, but, like, the Werehog itself is not a bad gameplay mechanic, and if it was fleshed out to be a little bit more interesting, it could be a fun God of War-like, but more focused on platforming and traversal, kind of like Knuckles game. Like, beat-em-up mechanics and stuff. That'd be fun.
Yeah, no, it could potentially work. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of things that you could do, and they have... Oops, that's not what I wanted at all. Oopsie-doops. I want to flatten this. There we go. These edit tools are pretty great.
You do run into a little bit of an issue where you think of like, okay, you can make a Sonic game about Tails or Knuckles. What's the point of making a Shadow spin-off game? How do you make that interesting? Well, literally just Sonic.
What's there about what I mean? You could reinvent Shadow. Like, he doesn't have to be Sonic's understudy anymore. You could do a lot of things. You can make him like Shadow, Agent of Gun. He has to fight against evil while also dealing with the evils of bureaucracy. I don't know, man. That seems kind of stupid and out of the pale for a Sonic title or anything in the universe. But, like, you know, you could use these characters to tell any kind of story you want. It's like, yeah, it's not set in stone. You know what I want to do with this? I want to extrude that in, but not before I do something else with it.
Imagine a hedgehog killing, like, simulator, like a hedgehog tycoon, where you play as Eggman designing Sonic. You play as Eggman, like, designing Sonic death traps.
Oh, that'd be kind of funny. It's all like Villain Tycoon with Simulator, Eggman Edition.
Imagine it being like not like a mobile game, but like a sort of multiplayer game where like Eggman,
like Lemmings, but you're trying to find ways to kill heroes.
Yeah, it's like you play as Eggman designing death traps, and then you have another group of players playing as like Sonic, and then you have to run through it.
Oh, it's like one of those what are those things called? Asymmetric multiplayer games where the players have different motivations. So every round you have to create it's like a tower defense game almost, where you have to set up your traps and all that kind of stuff. And then you're the defender, in this case Eggman, and then the invaders or the adventurers or the heroes, your other characters, have to find a way to get through the traps that the other player, created. Maybe it's a multiplayer setup, or maybe you could create like little maps and then share them with the community, and then people can pick them up and play them, almost like Mario Maker, but you're Eggman. You're creating courses essentially for Sonic characters to run through.
Right.
Maybe not that, but you're creating things for people to fight against.
Yeah, no, I could see that. I'm thinking like Eggman. Let's see.
Egg Defender. Egg Defender Pro.
Egg Defense.
Egg Defense Force 5.
Oh man, Sonic Frontiers. I'm thinking. I really don't want there to be like RPG mechanics because 9 times out of 10, whenever Sega puts RPG mechanics into their Sonic games, it's always bad.
Last time well, actually, I don't know. What's the last time they did that?
They did it in Unleashed, and it literally just amounted to your character is not fun to play until you grind forever or exploit a glitch to make it so that you can have infinite experience.
To answer your question, Britic Emily, Shadow is fast because of his shoes and also chaos control. He slows everyone else down. Good. Sorry.
I'm thinking.
Just wanted to answer that.
What is it? I'm thinking about Right. So like, yeah, no, I'm thinking about like Sonic Frontiers like gameplay, like RPG mechanics. I think Sonic Unleashed did it. Wasn't good there because like RPG mechanics in Sonic games basically equals make a good Sonic, all right.
Yeah.
Take all of his good qualities away and make the player grind for a good experience.
Make the Sonic harder. I don't know. I wonder if that should be 2 different things. I mean, it feels like it is a...
It's like that kind of like Sonic Unleashed, and it's also like shallow sometimes, where it's like you grind in a Sonic game like Sonic Unleashed for boost levels. Okay, why would you ever think that grinding in a game like that, where you do this kind of stuff, like your game design is not built around grinding.
Yeah,
like,
a thing that Sonic is not famously equipped to do. He just runs fast.
The entire point of the franchise. Like,
Get through the level as quickly as possible. Well, I guess, you know what? It's not, like, unprecedented, considering if you wanted to do... Well, of course, this was a side goal. It wasn't the point of the game. I was going to say something like the Chow Garden, where in order to get any of those little goodies to give your Chow, you had to go back to the level and play it all the way through and get all those little things.
Yeah, I'd argue like that. I'd argue like there should be ways within the Chow Garden itself to get materials for your Chow.
Obviously,
like animals,
yeah, self-contained.
Not having to play through the levels because like it's just annoying. Because it makes me feel like I'm being forced to play through the game just to play this other game that has nothing to do with the main one.
Don't you want to play it though? It's well, actually, I have no love for the Chow Garden. I've never actually played any of that for any experience.
It's a time sink. Maybe if they had like mini games or something outside of like stuff you only use your Chow for, right? Like if they had ways for you to get like materials for your Chow, and it's like, and it's not even good, right? Like hear me out. Instead of like if you had to play levels, right? Why would you make it so that the only way you can grind for Chow items is to kill enemies in the level? Sure, you have to kill enemies and stuff like that, but that means every time you kill an enemy, you need to take like an extra couple of seconds to grab their material, then move on, then kill your next enemy. You're dragging the pace by doing that, right?
Hello.
So I think like Jinx is here. Hey, but I'm thinking like it drags the pace of the game down. I think it would be better for you to get, and you can only carry so many materials, right? You can carry like 10 drives or animals. And if you get any more than that, the first thing in your inventory then just gets erased. So if you're grinding for a specific thing, and then you get another thing, well, you just lost that thing. Your inventory is limited in this linear kind of thing. It's just designed weirdly. So I think what if instead you were given Chow materials based on your rank? Like, you get an A rank, you get this many materials to use in the Chow Garden.
It was supposed to incentivize gameplay, so I guess that would make some sense to do that. So, like, you play better, you get better stuff, not just going around finding things. And they came up randomly, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be a better solution because then you don't, at the very least, you're not dragging down the pace of the game's design.
Yeah.
I just don't like Sonic Adventure 2 that much, really. Like, the Sonic and Shadow levels are fine, but they're not as good as SA1, and then everything else I just find annoying.
This has been Sonic Adventure 2 Ain't that
I mean,
great?
you don't like Sonic Adventure 2 either. I remember you playing that game. You don't like it.
I had difficulty with that's a mechanical reason entirely. Like it's just I did not like its camera. It kept getting stuck on everything, resetting itself, and it was inconvenient. The game was inconvenient. Don't make your games inconvenient, people. Simple rule of games. Don't make it inconvenient. All right, H. Yes, welcome.
Like when you get to a point when you can say that, like Sonic Adventure 2, when you get to a point where you can say that moving the camera is an inconvenience, or that more accurately, if you move the camera, moving becomes an inconvenience, I think there's a problem with your game when you can say that moving the player character is an inconvenience.
Yeah, no, it's you were not wrong. Let's get them toes. Toes.
And again, like, yeah, the camera is garbage. Especially when you're playing, like, those tight, enclosed spaces, like in the Knuckles and Rouge levels. It's just bad. It's just...
Yeah, no, it's, Knuckles and Rouge, being able to climb on every surface, in theory, is not a bad idea. But the fact that they get stuck, or the camera gets stuck because they didn't expect me to move into this particular nook or cranny.
And you can't move the camera vertically in levels where you're climbing upwards a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to see what's above or below. Yeah, no, it's inconvenient. Let's see.
Yeah, no, and then there's like my biggest problem with Sonic Adventure 2 is the level design. I just don't think it's that good. Like it's mainly just it's horrible enemy picture. Especially in a game that requires you to play really well to get like high ranks. I hate the constant, especially in the mech levels, but it happens in all of them. Where, like, they'll just be like, oh, you're running through the level, you're going really fast, boom, enemy just drops on top of you without any form of, like, you know, like, telegraph or anything. Like, you're just like, oh, it's here now.
Hey, everybody, who ordered the extra large, boss? I don't know, I have nothing to say to that.
Like, if your game, like, asks me to play effectively and perfectly in order to get a high rank, I'd expect your level design to not be unfair.
Oh, well, I feel like it's unfortunate because there's no possible way they actually have any time to or any chance to address this kind of stuff. But it's all like, you know, you could say, oh, this is a first effort. I mean, obviously it's a second effort. It's the second game they made. But, you know, if they'd learned from these mistakes to make them better, you know, you could say this is all foundational. And that eventually it'll be better with the next iteration of Sonic Adventure. But there isn't going to be one.
Actually, no, Sonic 06 happened. That is Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, it's pretty much a Sonic Adventure game. I've said it myself. I agree. It's just like, yeah, that's what that was. That's what the attempt to recreate.
It is the closest thing to an adventure formula game that exists. Because, like, the adventure formula doesn't really exist. Like,
you're talking about the, multiple characters perspective, everyone lies
like
about what happened.
The multiple playable characters, the story, like, it's all these random elements shoved together into one thing. Sonic 06 is the closest thing to reaching the thing that Adventure 1 and 2 did. But technically every Sonic game up until 06 did some of those things. It's just how they made 3D Sonic. It wasn't like an adventure formula.
Right, but, you know, people like to come up with terms. Obviously, Sega did not come up with those terms, it was the fans. Kind of like how Star Wars fans came up with the BBI dating system. BBY, I mean to say. It's just like, yeah, we came up with that, like, it's an Adventure 2 type formula, or it's an Adventure this. Honestly, if we never see Sonic Adventure 2 specifically type game design again, that's fine, because it was kind of trash. It's like, oh, let's just have the game from two different perspectives, two different stories, and it's just level. Not a lot of exploration or anything like that. Did not enjoy that. It felt, I don't know. It just was kind of like, what happened with me being able to run around a big hub level? Kind of missed that from the first game.
The Sonic Adventure hubs are fun because they don't get in your way. They're short, and they're fun, like they're really distinct. They went through a lot of effort to make those worlds feel unique. Like each one of those hub worlds had so many different set pieces, like levels and stuff, so you could memorize it very easily without even needing a map.
Yeah, they definitely wanted you to feel like you were on a adventure, and it worked for the most part. I'm taking a lot of time working on this. Let's just get it done.
Like Sonic Adventure 1, I want to see a Sonic Adventure 1 either remake or a follow-up to that game more accurately.
Follow-up. I guess that could be interesting. make a... It should be a cube, not a cube, a cylinder. No, a cone.
Sonic Adventure is good. Like, Sonic Adventure is so good. Like, I love that game. Sonic Adventure 2 is just fun. I described it as this before. It's Sonic Adventure stripped of all of its nutrients. That's Sonic Adventure 2.
The nutrient-poor Sonic game.
It's turned into white rice.
Oh no. That's the only kind I can stomach. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, the rotate on the x-axis, please. By 90 degrees. There we go. Beautiful.
Sonic Adventure 2 is like streamlined, more like usually like more openly consumed, like mainstream like Wonder Bread, and then Sonic Adventure is like a more refined, healthier, like wheat bread. That's like similar to the other thing, but it's like slightly more rich. It's like.
I could go for some bread. Okay. Bread. Control R.
I mean, let's compare like Sonic games to food. We got wheat bread for Sonic Adventure 1. We have Wonder Bread for Sonic Adventure 2. What would Sonic 06 be?
Well,
Molded?
Matzah. Matzah. I don't know if anyone now here is a fan of matzah. I know I'm not. It tastes like nothing. It's just wafer. Wafer thin. Doesn't taste like anything. You can't, like... Not even like the saltine effect. When you know how you eat a bunch of saltine crackers and they eventually kind of have a nice little taste to them, little flavor. This isn't that. It's just dead bread. It's matzah.
I think no, it's like the bare new like so. Sonic 06 is matzah. Would Sonic Forces be yeast?
Oof.
Like,
Now see, yeast is like, well, I guess the idea there being that yeast is what you use to make bread. So like, there's a lot of ideas there that could have been a game, but it didn't quite make it to the actual game part.
Yeah, Sonic Forces, like, you take yeast and flour and like all this stuff, like the elements are there, but it's not full bread.
Yeah, it's like it's like there's a lot of stuff that here could have made a good game. Sonic Colors is Jolly Rancher. I don't know, it's not food. It's sweet. I enjoy it. It's tangy.
Sonic Generations. What is Sonic Generations? Like a Sonic Generations is like your favorite food from like your like a pizzeria, like a pizza place. Like your favorite
food from a
with
pizzeria.
all your favorite like toppings on it.
Oh my goodness. My favorite food in a pizzeria was always those what are those things? Those freaking sweet rolls. There was this place called John's Incredible Pizza, and they had like these decadent freaking sweet rolls. Like, they weren't rolls, they're like cinnamon rolls. You know what I'm talking about? Almost like what Cinnabon has. Obviously the pizza, you get that, but like those sweet rolls were close. They're mostly what I wanted to eat. Just nostalgic and
You get like your favorite food from a pizzeria, but like one or two things are like maybe a little bit lesser than they could be, but it's still really good. Like you don't care.
Yeah, no, I'm here to enjoy the sweet rolls, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like I always get like some real good like chicken finger subs, like that stuff.
Chicken fingers are nice.
Like, oh man. And then Sonic Mania would be like you getting that like. Well, what would Sonic Mania be? If Sonic Generations is like your favorite food from a pizza place, what is Sonic Mania? Similar thing. It's like a.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to be the one to come with this description. You're the one who really played it. Like, I did play it. I enjoyed it. But you're the one who loves it, so like...
Sonic Mania is like playing, like, you know how the classic games are like your comfort food, like your favorite food? You think like Sonic Mania is like you rediscovering that food all over again after not having a new version of it for like years.
Oh.
Like when you take like your favorite food and you haven't had it in a long time, or it's like your comfort food, but then somebody adds like a new spice to it or something, it feels like you're just eating something all over again.
Reuniting with your food love. I can dig it. Oh, also
and then you got
this
like
is way wrong anyway.
Like the classic Sonic games, if you were to compare them to food yourself, what would you compare them to?
Classic
they're
Sonic
meaty.
games.
They're like meaty, but they're small.
Yeah, they're not very long. Video games at the time didn't tend to be that long. That wasn't the point.
They've got a lot of like substance to them. They're short and like small, but they have a lot of depth.
Short, small, lots of depth. Sushi. Of course, that's not really depth, it's not really filling. It's just like, I really like the way this tastes. This is a good little bite of something. Now I wish I had a whole tuna that just tasted like sushi did. I'd eat that.
I think of like Sonic Heroes. What is Sonic Heroes? Sonic Heroes is like when you get like a really nice food that you're like, yeah, that's really good. But
And then you eat it over and over and over again? Yeah. There's one time I think my mom kept bringing us home pizza. We got ordering pizza. We had pizza every night. And at first it was like, heck yeah, pizza. Pizza's great. I love pizza. At the end of the week, I'm like, can we get, I don't know, some freaking salad, maybe?
Yeah, no, that's what Sonic Heroes.
Something else?
Sonic Heroes is like a really good pizza. Not like your favorite, not really like bad. It's just a really good pizza. But then you keep eating that pizza every day.
New heroes, it never gets old. We're saying that to kind of forestall you being annoyed with the fact that the story doesn't change.
Why do I think in my head Shadow the Hedgehog is underage drinking?
What?
Like, Shadow the Hedgehog is underage drinking.
Oh. Don't know why you think about that. That doesn't... I don't know how that was a part of this conversation until just right now.
No, it's like you're drinking something like that you shouldn't be drinking because you're trying to look cool or something.
Oh, I see. Right, it's like trying to be... Oh, I see. That's what you're saying. Shadow the Hedgehog... Not Shadow the Hedgehog and his underage drinking. You were saying that Shadow the Hedgehog is like that. I see. I did not pick up on that. My bad. Yeah, I don't know. Shadow the Hedgehog is definitely like that kind of food that you get because everyone else is eating it. You're like, I'm gonna be cool like everyone else. I'm gonna smoke, and then you hack up your lung, and you're like, this is terrible. I don't know why I did this. Is this an okay toe? That's okay, I think.
What is Sonic Lost World? Like a kebab of like fruits that you don't really like that much, but it's like
it's pizza, but it has all the toppings that you hate. Whatever that happens to be. If you don't like Alfredo, that's the sauce they used. If you don't like pineapples, it's mostly pineapples. And then jalapenos mixed in. Jalapeno pineapples. And they're like, what's going on with you, man? What did you order this?
Every topping at once.
It's just all the toppings, and they don't go together. The flavor is all out of whack. It was like they were trying to make something else. Like, oh, we were actually trying to make a calzone. But they ended up with pizza. I mean, they're close, but not exactly the same. I think that's my Mario reference. Not the calzone, just the fact that they were trying to make something else. They're like, clearly these people wanted to work on a Mario game, but they're like, nope, you're second string, you're gonna be doing the Sonic game, or whatever. They're like, why? I hate Sonic.
What is Secret Rings?
I haven't played Secret Rings, I'll have to rely that on you.
I'm trying to think of what's like an unwieldy, gross food.
I hear durians are smelly.
Unwieldy it's like a really bad food that like you can't control, so it like spills everywhere. So it's like something in like a rat. Hot
ice cream. No, oh shoot. Cobbler. No, cobblers are delicious as long as you keep it in the bowl. Please, let's not make me hungry, alright? Jeez. It's too late for that now, though. We've gone into it for quite a bit. I don't know. Like I said, didn't play Secret Rings, haven't played Dark Knight either. Or Black Knight, excuse me. Black Knight? Yeah.
Like Black Knight. Black Knight... I'm thinking like... I'm trying to think of a Sonic game. Sonic... What's Sonic Team Racing?
Sonic Team Racing is, it's an appetizer for a meal that's not coming. It's like, oh, this is fun. What else you guys got? That's it. That's the game.
It's like when you get some really good, like, onion rings or something.
Oh, yeah, no, it's the side dish. And you're sitting at a nice, fancy Red Lobster. And you think something's about to go down.
Really good onion rings, maybe got some really good dip.
Yeah, and then they come out with the bill. You're like, wait, we ordered this is it? I'm sorry, we're done? The food, I thought we were just getting started. They're like, no. Yeah,
I'm thinking,
yeah, that's what it is.
Sonic Blast. I don't know why I just thought of this. Sonic Blast is dirt.
Dirt? What is Sonic Blast anyway? I've never actually played that.
It's like a really like crappily made like funky 2D Sonic game on the Game Gear where you play Sonic and Knuckles, but it's like pre-rendered. It tried to look like Sonic 3D Blast, but it like went for like a weird Donkey Kong Country pre-rendered 2D style, but it's on like the Game Gear.
Ah. Inventory and scale it on the x-axis, get them thinner. This bird can deal slashing damage with its toes. That was pretty good. Steak
what would you
knives.
describe Tails' Adventure as?
Ah! He's outing me as not having finished Tails' Adventure. It's weird. I'll tell you that much for free. It's a interesting little game. It's like they wanted to put something on the Game Gear, and they're like, "Who do we got? Who do we got?" And they're like, "Oh, we got Tails." And that was the decision process. Probably was more in depth than that, but honestly, it's
Tails' Adventure would
interesting.
probably been a lot better. Tails' Adventure would have probably been a lot better if they waited until like the Saturn or like the Dreamcast.
It was right around the corner. And also, like, if it wasn't a 2D side scroller?
No, if it was a 2D side scroller, it'd be fine. I'm talking like it would be able to expand more on its ideas or like be more fleshed out, or at the very least.
And have a save system? Yeah, I figured you were gonna say that. It doesn't. It has a code system. But yeah, no. So like, Tails' Adventure is one of those games I'm definitely gonna have to finish playing. It's got a lot of interesting ideas in it. What's up?
Like a quick, you can watch a quick playthrough. It's like really, it's actually pretty short. All the levels are, there's no story in between the levels. They're pretty much very similar levels too. You find your upgrades. And it's like bookended by story. They invade and then they get defeated. It's really simple.
Oh yeah, no, I expect it's not like in depth. We're going overboard with actually writing a story.
Yeah, they didn't really bother with much. So it's like we can easily take ideas and elements from that, and we already did.
Oh no, what I'm talking about is like ideas. I'm talking about gameplay ideas. Like if there's anything interesting about the environment or platforming, that kind of stuff. That's kind of more of what I mean by ideas.
If you want to push a spring around, and we already have bomb throwing and flight, and I guess T-Pup's the only thing we might not put in the game. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and he could still show up. We could still work with that idea. Not to say what is and isn't in the game at this exact moment during a stream, but like I feel like that's what our design meetings are for. So
what is
that's what
like
we'll really get into.
I just randomly thought about this one thing about like Tails Adventure was on like a 3D platform, but like what like if it was made during like the Saturn, yeah, like Dreamcast era. Like, what's your favorite aesthetic for like games?
My favorite aesthetic.
What's your preferred like aesthetic for games? Like, I think of like 3D games. My favorite like aesthetic for like 3D games a lot of the time is like either like I mean obviously stylized stuff. No, like duh. Like I like when stuff's like really well fleshed out, like stylized, like kind of like either Spyro Reignited, where it's like really expressive and fluid and stuff. But if it's not like that, I like when my 3D game is like I there's something really charming to me about the like early primitive like 3D look, like PlayStation 1. Like it's like that sort of like blocky polygonal look, and like everything's kind of like jagged and pixelated a little bit. I love that aesthetic so much.
Interesting. I mean, I don't love it so much because like it's kind of all that existed at the time when I was playing video games. So it's like it's not something that I actually can be like, oh, not to say the people who grew up in my era, who were young when those games came out and that kind of stuff, don't like them for that exact reason. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that that's why you like them.
It's probably, for me, it's like some level of nostalgia probably, because I grew up with a PlayStation 1. That was my first console.
Right. But when it comes to games aesthetics that I like, stylization, of course, it's what I love about Kingdom Hearts. In fact, it doesn't look too realistic, so it was just designed to look.
Is that why you don't like Kingdom Hearts?
Like, huh?
Is that why you don't like Kingdom Hearts 4's look?
I didn't say didn't like it. I do like Kingdom Hearts. It's what I liked about Kingdom Hearts 1. It was like very, much designed for the platform it was on, and it still looks okay because it was designed to be just sort of like, it's highly stylized, right? Cartoony. Other games that do that are like Mario 64, where obviously he didn't look like he did on the box art, but you know, I played that game recently, and I'm like, this is still fun to look at.
I love Mario's.
I'm not off put by it, and also,
Segmented it is.
yeah, well, it's segmented because obviously those are the limitations of the system, and it was cool. Like, that's really cool looking. I think when they tried too hard, it ages worse because it's just like, oh look, this was realistic.
No, because the second you try to go realistic, you instantly date yourself.
Yeah, you're stuck in the whole... I remember looking at Jar Jar Binks for this first time. We're like, that's the coolest 3D model I've ever seen. I don't know if I called it that. I just thought, like, it'll never look better than this. And looking back on him, like, he looks awful.
People look at the Toy Story looking...
This looks like a fan movie, which is a testament to how far CG has come, where that kind of stuff would be really easy to make. Not easy. Making Jar Jar would be hard still, but, you know.
I think of, like, even, like, stylized stuff, too, when you go far back enough, like, it's like, oh, you look at, like, Toy Story.
Yeah, no, Toy Story is hard to look at, especially the humans. Very, very difficult to, like, accept that.
I remember you saying something, and I see it, like, I agree with it, where it's like, it looks like the previs.
Yeah, no. It is it would be the previs. They said, I think recently, I don't know exactly when, they said, like, there was like an interview, they're like, we could render Toy Story 1 in the amount of time it takes to watch Toy Story 1 now, like, on the computers that they have access to today. It's just like, yeah, no, it was very primitive. They couldn't actually, because when you look at the previs when they were doing the making of, and they showed, like, they were basically doing animation in wireframe because they couldn't look at it while they were animating it. That was just out of the question. The computers weren't strong enough for it. They couldn't handle that kind of rendering capacity, but nowadays it's just like, yeah, I know. So, but yeah, looking at it, it's just like, ooh. That used to be the benchmark, though. For a long time, that was the benchmark. Let's make it look like, for video games, make it look like a Pixar movie. And by the Pixar movie was Toy Story.
Like, the gap between Toy Story 1 and Toy Story 2 is massive.
Oh, yeah, that's huge. Unpassable, the gap. I mean, but, you know, it's a testament to the progress, and it looks really, like, it's, like, the movie's still good, it just doesn't look very nice. And, other movies they made, like, when you watch Monsters Incorporated, it was the first time they did, the hairs like that on the character like Sully, and they had, like, thousands of hairs. And you're like, oh, thousands. Hair simulation, first of all, is not easy to do in Blender or anywhere. Yeah. They knocked it out of the park. It looked good at the time, and it still looks okay. But, like, the stuff that they're able to do now, it's, like, pushed that to shame.
And you got, like, the beauty that's, like, like, oh, man, you get, like, the beauty that's, like, the, like, human designs.
Human, what?
Like, of, like, Incredibles and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That was their first human-centric movie, they said. They're like, we gotta work, they're like, we have to make this work out. Because, that was, yeah, no, the humans looked pretty good, and they still kind of do. Like, obviously, stylized movie, right? They were never meant to look real. And even in the sequel, they didn't look like, they were still stylized. And that's just the way to go. If you have limited capacity, go for stylization. If you're not, like, and even if you, like, I don't know, one day Uncharted is going to look like trash, I'm sure. Obviously, the first one looks like trash already.
I thought you were talking about the movie. I'm like, it already looks.
No, I'm talking about the first Uncharted movie. Let's just go ahead and not borrow that trouble today. There should only be one.
No, they already have a sequel plan. They said they're planning to make it a series because of how successful the first movie was. It was, money.
You know what? Never mind. I was gonna say, of course it did. It's a popcorn movie. It's a movie about. It's got Tom Holland. That's largely the reason why it was successful. If it was just, what's his name, the guy who played Sully, freaking Mark Wahlberg, probably wouldn't have pulled anybody.
I mean, you've seen Uncharted, right?
If it was freaking Nathan Fillion, and then better written, then we could have an actual Uncharted movie. It would have been fantastic.
Would have been great. Honestly, that Uncharted short, you guys have seen that, I'm imagining, right?
Yeah, no, that's a better movie.
It is a better Uncharted movie than the Uncharted movie, yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's like, wow. Nathan Fillion and the... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The action scene in that could have been longer. So, but oh well. In the short, it was too short. The action scene.
Oh,
Like
it was too
the
short?
action
Well,
scenes
yeah.
in the movie.
I mean,
You've said this
they got a
before,
limited budget.
the action, like you said this before, but like the action scenes in the movie are ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I have seen that movie, and they are ridiculous. They are just like
They're like too ridiculous.
I played the video game. It wasn't this ridiculous. I was on and some of this stuff happened in the video game. What's that about?
No, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I was talking about now though.
Oh,
Like the scene where like Nathan Drake like falls all the way down onto this boat and like Chloe grabs him with one hand. And, like,
oh gosh, right. I mean, yeah, no, she's really strong, and she probably has some sort of telekinesis because she was able to steal that thing from him without touching him.
I love that scene where Chloe drives off the plane in a car and hits Nathan Drake. Like, what?
Oh yeah, she was in the car, and then she hits him, and then like they fall off together, and Nathan Drake isn't. I guess he wasn't going that fast, but
And then
still.
you got Antonio Banderas.
Yeah, he was there.
Just gets killed.
Like, yeah, and
think the
I
feet
know
are
in
too
the
big.
video game, in the video games, when this shit's going down and you're trying to climb back up, I don't know, things have fallen off the plane, trying to climb back up
The crates, the supply carts, and
and the
whatnot.
dudes are still shooting you. In the video game, that's hilarious and awesome. But in the movie, you're like, those guys would not do that. That's so stupid.
Yeah, because it's live action, it's a film. Like, why would you still be shooting at anybody? You're hanging out of a plane. Let's
You're
all
hanging out,
just.
like, why are you still trying to kill Nathan Drake? dude?
Is it the money? It couldn't be the money. You're not getting paid anymore.
I don't know why it's more acceptable to my brain in a video game.
It's a video game. You're in the experience. You're going through the adrenaline. It's a. Also, you're I don't know. How much? That's a good question. It's like we accept more because we're playing the video game. We're like, I want the stakes to be ridiculous. I want to have
I
this
want to be
I mean,
stupid.
crazy
that's-
stuff
that's-
happening.
I-
I'm not
that's just-
observing it.
that's
I'm
the nature
doing
of-
it.
That's just the nature of suspending your disbelief. If you already know something isn't real, you're able to just go with it.
Yeah, but we know the movie's not real either. It's just, but it's. I guess because we're watching the
No,
movie.
I mean, no. This is what. No. This is what I was talking about with the Sonic movie, like short. The Sonic movie looks weird sometimes because you have like these photorealistic, like real people interacting with CG characters. Meanwhile, in the short, everything feels more cohesive because now everything is animated, so it fits in its own world more. So you're able to like more accurately feel as though everything belongs in its place. It's like you're playing a video game. Everything is, while trying to be realistic, it's all CG animated. Everything fits in its own style and its own world and its own logic. Here, it doesn't, because like everything, all the crazy stuff that's going on is like super CG, so your brain is taken out of the experience. It's like that uncanny valley effect that just subconsciously hits your mind.
Maybe I'm not sure of that explanation, but you know, it is one. Oh, this is supposed to be something on his feet. What is this? Fans? I'm not gonna add that right now. We're just gonna do the basic body.
Oh yeah, he could probably hover, like he could jump and hover or something. to this thing in.
Yeah, fans under his feet to make it's like
Or
what?
just a really brutal
shotgun.
execution method.
Hang on, let me share my screen so you can see what I'm working on. As I'm
just
working
a really
on it.
brutal execution method, like he's gonna step on you.
Ugh, just trying to chop you up.
Do you think that Nathan Drake's brother, Sam Drake, will be played by Tom Hardy?
Tom Hardy. I don't know. I don't imagine that would make a lot of sense, but what? Because he's Venom, and this is like Spider-Man and Venom, and they're like both work for Sony movies and that kind of stuff. Is that the idea? They just have like three. They have like three actors to choose from.
Yeah.
I mean, the age gap is immense between the two of them. Like,
You know that's what they would do. Do you think the gap between Venom and like Spider-Man is too large for Sony? Sony loves Venom. They love Venom.
well,
So much.
Venom. Okay, so they love it more than anyone else does. Maybe. Oh shoot. Maybe it's Morbius. He pops up. What's his name? Jared Leto. Hey, I'm your brother. It's Morbid
Yeah,
time.
he's gonna method act. He's gonna method act while during the production of the movie as Sam Drake. Might
He just steals stuff from people. He carries a gun around and just shoots folks. Lies to you about things. Oh, spoilers for Uncharted 4, LOL. Anyway, well, whatever. They're gonna make the movie, and I'm gonna watch it on the Pirate Bay like I did the last one. Terrible. Happy to do this. Happy to make the little wing thing. This is gonna be interesting. Guess it could be like a. It'll be a plane. I'll make a plane, and then we'll try to shape it, I guess.
Oh man, friggin'! Did you like the scene where Nathan Drake showed up on the beach?
Oh, that's so. It was gimmicky. I'm like, I guess someone will appreciate that. That person is not me. I think it's just like, hey, see? We know what we could have done. We chose not to.
I remember seeing someone like walk past what is it? Nolan North, and I'm like, no, please come back. No, please come back.
Come back, Nolan. I don't care if it's that bad guy from Last of Us. Just be in the movie.
I didn't hate the actress they got to play Chloe.
No, she was a pretty good Chloe. She looked like Chloe. She sounded like it was not as good Chloe
She sounded
casting.
like him 90% of the time.
I should
Yeah,
know.
I
I'm
get
one of them.
I had to look that up. I'm like, who the fuck? What's this reference they're making? I actually had to look it up and like find out who Nolan North was. I'm like, oh, it's the voice.
The voice actor, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
It was just like, we got the voice actor for Nolan North. Look at us. Ooh.
It makes sense, but it's also pointless.
And it's just like, hey, it's like, you know. Never mind. I'm not even going to bring it up. I don't want to talk about that movie right
He
now.
would've- He
Like,
would have been a
everything
better
about
Nathan
that
Drake
movie-
himself.
I mean, everything about that movie just screams like we are out of touch and don't care that much about being authentic to these games outside of like sheer like shallow kind of like, oh, it looks like the game, so that makes
Yeah.
it good, I guess.
It's,
Looks like a game, and it has a story that kind of makes it look like a game.
It has
story.
set pieces from the game. Definitely.
I like how they depict them being like how they steal from people. It's like they just magically have it.
Yeah, no, that was...
Magically have the item. Oh, he
That's
took
a
it from me. Oh,
You let her take it? Like, I'm sorry. Maybe there was a cut scene where they had some interaction and they forgot to include it. Right, it's like...
I had to rewind the movie. I was like, did she get close enough? Like, she did get close enough, but
But it's in his backpack, and his backpack was zipped.
She was
Get
standing in
back.
front of him. Like, when? Was it back when, like, he got on the plane or something? When they checked it into customs? She was working in customs?
No, it reminds me of the Caleb City video when the writer exclusively focuses on the plot.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen that one. I'm gonna have to check that out. That sounds funny. Focuses on the plot and then like what? Nothing. Like the character just dies because there's no way to get them out of the situation. Like, oh no, I didn't think about the ways in which I would bullcrap my way out. Cone. What shape should I use? A plane would make sense.
Did you like the Papa John's?
Look, man, we gotta make our money. Sony's hurting for cash. They needed to get somebody. They got Papa John's. They built it right there, and nobody said anything.
got a fight in Papa John's.
They fought in the Papa John. I mean, I don't know if that's great. That's great. What's the word I'm looking for? Marketing. But then I guess destroying an Audi in a movie is not gonna not sell an Audi. But also, I don't know, the kind of people watching this movie.
It reminds me of my favorite scene from The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where during the Electro fight, Spider-Man gets blasted into a little like bench, like a little booth that has like a Sony phone advertisement on it. And you can smash through it.
Yeah, these freaking suck. Don't buy them. Like, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, we were supposed to sell Sony phones, weren't we?
Like, I love seeing Sony movies. Like, I'm not talking like Sony produced movies or anything. I'm talking like Sony movies. Like in the Amazing Spider-Man universe, nobody had anything that wasn't a Sony product.
Look, they're ubiquitous. Everyone buys the Sony phone. I remember I was just talking the other day on my Sony Ericsson. No. I think the last time I had an Ericsson was in the 90s. Or, no, early 2000s.
Nathan finally gets his gun holster. He puts out his gun and fires it like twice.
Look, I can understand them toning down the amount of murder that Nathan engages in the movie. Like, we want you to like him.
he does kill a lot of people. Still, he throws them out that fucking. He just chucks them. He kills people in like a non-violent, quote unquote, non-violent way. So
In
they
a
fall to the
very
ground and die.
Batman-esque.
We can all be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Stark. Oh, I'm so sorry."
I didn't mean to.
Didn't mean to murder you.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, you got crushed by something. Whoops.
I threw
And
you
he
off
kills
of him.
people by
I made that
accident,
happen. Yeah. Death mode, or what was it? Kill mode.
Like, come on, dude. Just give him a gun and let him shoot people. Like, holy shit.
Let
It's not
Nathan
that-
kill.
Yeah, it's not that hard. He does it all the time in the video games. What's the
But
problem?
that's the thing.
I think it's because you're playing, and it's just like, yeah, I'm just playing the game. It's like it's part of it's the gameplay. I'm watching a movie about some like Nathan Drake, John Wicking everybody. It'd just be a little bit harder to sell, given the kind of personality he has.
His character is supposed to be that he doesn't like killing people.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So that's the little narrative dissonance that they built into the game. And in a movie, it'd be harder to overcome because we're supposed to be rooting for this guy. He's like, oh man, I wish I could stop killing, but I just can't stop killing. It's like, oh, he's crazy. Like, very, very difficult
Like,
characterization
you
there.
barely have any place where he's like stuck behind some cover and people just shoot down and be like, oh shit. So,
Oh crap, I gotta get out. Oh
oh, there's some hoods everywhere. Just throw a grenade, he throws it back. I don't know, something like that.
no. Yeah, no. Movie was interesting. I didn't like. It wasn't as bad as something like Moonfall was for me, where I watched it and I was like, I'm so glad I didn't pay for this because I would have been upset. It wasn't like that. Uncharted. It was just like, wow, I'm glad.
Movies that you watch and you're like, this is dumb.
This is dumb.
Really bad.
But no, there's movies I've gone and seen and been like, I wasted my money. Like, I will never get over how disappointed I was by Valerian and the City of a Thousand Worlds. I don't even know why. I wasn't hyped for the film. I just remember leaving and I'm like, I did not enjoy myself watching this movie.
Like, that movie
It was
terrible.
bad. Like, what did you do?
That's how I felt when I watched Venom, like the first one.
Oh,
Like,
did I watch? I did watch Venom. I didn't feel that way about Venom. I don't know. Venom wasn't a problem for me. That's just we got different feelings about Venom. Like, I'm not saying it was a masterpiece in any way. It was just didn't bug me that much. I don't know. I have a
like,
weird
I
threshold.
just felt nothing while I was watching it, and that's one of the worst things a movie can do for me.
It's make you feel nothing. Make you feel numb. This movie traumatized me, and now I feel numb. I think we got it. I think we got this. This is actually coming together.
Like, I'll never forget watching those trailers and having them describe Symbiote, trademark Sony Pictures 2018.
And looking at the camera, going like, "Hear that, Kevin? You can't use this, okay?"
It's Symbiote.
Symbiote.
And then they dubbed over in the final.
Oh, it's gonna come a ways, doesn't it?
And then,
Okay.
like, I don't like how much the first movie tries to force Eddie Brock into being a nice guy. Like, they try to write him as if he's like this sleazy guy that nobody likes, but then like the movie tries to force him to be likable. So he's like, he's really nice to homeless people, and he's like real, like, you know, chummy guy, you know, that kind of thing.
Hey, he's a chummy guy. He's cool. He's a.
They don't know aliens. They don't love stones. They don't love stones. You know what they do? They love eating brains. That's what they.
Eat. Wait, is that from the movie?
So give me.
I
give
don't
me-
remember. I'm sorry.
There was a billionaire in like a Tinsu. He could fly.
Wait. Oh, he's talking about the. Okay, you're talking about the deleted, not deleted scene, but the end credits thing from No Way Home, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Wow.
love Tom Hardy. I love Tom Hardy's weird ass New York accent.
Yeah, it's like the go-to accent for British actors. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, because like, oh, you would tell man a billionaire soon. He could fly.
It could fly. It could fly real far too, I imagine. Anyway, I have no idea. Like, I've seen the movie, and I remember the scene. I haven't seen Venom 2. I haven't seen Morbius. I'm not going to see Morbius. I don't think even for free.
I don't think anybody ever wants to get bored.
I don't need to get morbed. Stay away from the morbid. Not even once, morbid. Just
Like,
seems like a
the-
dumb movie.
Like, yeah, no, it's really stupid. There's something about the "it's Morbin" type joke that just makes.
I can't get over it. It's so very dumb. Of course, it's a play on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and all that, but it's just like, it's Morbin times. I know it's not in the movie. Part of me wishes it was so I could see the YouTube clip. It's Morbin time. And also the ad campaign, I don't know what that was about.
It's one of those movies that just so unanimously just always seen as like, this movie's embarrassingly bad. Like, this, it's like, and it takes itself so seriously.
I think that's largely the problem. Was that an ad campaign? The whole idea behind like Morbius sweep or whatever, or was that just a meme?
A meme.
Okay, because I was just like, they didn't do that, did they? They wouldn't have. That's insane. Why would you do that?
Like,
But
it's just how far up their own ass they feel during the advertisement.
people are really gonna like it. Oh, they're gonna love it.
They literally advertised it as a new Marvel legend rises, Morbius.
Oh,
It's
well,
the worst.
I think that's the kind of thing you do when you know you ain't got nothing, and you're just trying to get as many butts and seats. But like, none of the good Marvel movies have done that, so it's a weird tell that you know that this is probably gonna suck.
There's literally a scene where Vulture shows up to Morbius and says, and I quote, "I don't know what's going on here. Has something to do with Spider-Man, I think."
Yeah, he just intuits that it does. It's probably got something to do with Spider-Man. Why? Because I hate him.
I think a bunch of guys like you and I should team up. That's a line in the movie.
No, I've definitely heard of that. I've heard of that scene, and it's just like that, and people relentlessly make fun of it because it's just so very much like a...
Because people wrote that.
Because someone wrote that and they thought, yeah, no, we're gonna get a sequel, definitely. What are you talking about? And maybe if the movie made money overseas, it'll do fine. Because I don't know. I don't know if the...
I remember somebody saying in a Twitter post, and I found it funny. It's like, guys, we gotta calm down with the Morbin jokes, otherwise they'll actually make a sequel to this movie.
Woo!
And they did.
They'll misread the room and think that it's real, actual enthusiasm.
It's not even that. No, it's not even that. It's just that there is talk of Morbius, so they'll make a sequel, so they'll get meme money. So
You know what? Yeah, I can feel that being a thing. Remember, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that.
it's like
Just come
friggin',
closer, a little further down.
oh man, Morbius. I haven't even seen that movie. It's just like,
Yeah, neither
it's
have
just
I.
one of those movies that you can intuit it's not worth your time.
Yeah, you're just like, you watch this movie, you'll be less of a person. You'll be a lesser individual after having seen it.
Maybe it's intentional. The whole living vampire thing. You get the life sucked out of it.
Hey, the movie is actually a design. It's a secret vampire plot to get your blood. It'll actually turn out to be created. It's like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Viral marketing for Blade. When that comes out.
I love that, like, Morbius is a character that, like, needs to consume blood, and he struggles to get his hands on blood and doesn't want to kill people, but the whole thing is that, like, the movie doesn't explain that he just needs human blood, just that he needs blood. So, like,
You think...
some New York rats or something, like, I don't know.
Or just go to the farms upstate. Everyone sends those pets to. Yeah, no, I remember watching the, what's it called, pitch meeting for that. And it's like, oh, can you just use some animal blood? It's like, no, it needs to be human blood.
I love the movie. It's like, hey, wouldn't this not make sense? Like, oh, shut up.
Yeah, shut up. It's just like, oh. Like, I always love that. Wouldn't that be a problem? I don't know. It's like, wait, you're the writer, so how do you not know? Obviously, that's the joke, and I love that joke in particular. I don't know. It's a great joke. I don't know. They're looking at it like, why would you expect me to know? Oh, you're just the guy who created the idea here.
And I love how Jared Leto, he's such a weird, dumb, like, strange man. He's such
I hear he did, like, when he was doing that supposed method acting on the set of, what's it called? Frickin'
No, I'm remembering like Morbius and how like they said that he would like instead of acting like he was on crutches for that one scene, he would walk around in crutches and go to the bathroom with them.
Okay.
Like so he could get into character, whatever.
Yeah, look, there's sometimes you go to the method acting school of things and it's whatever. I liked Lincoln. It was pretty well made as a film. Maybe it was necessary for what's his name
Like,
to do done what he did.
I can't say that it's 100% accurate, obviously. It's just like, I get the feeling of why people think this, where it's like, I remember seeing a tweet where it's like, when it comes to method acting, like, it's like you rarely ever see method actors method act and be like good people. It's always like acting like jackasses and stuff. Like,
Yeah, it's just like an excuse. Like those guys are like, hey, it was a joke when you say something terrible. You want to get out of it. That was just method acting. It's like, I think you might just be a dick. What?
And especially like the Suicide Squad there. That man's awful. Like,
Yeah. Like, just telling people stuff like, why would you do that? Also, why do you need to be a method actor to be in the... Like, you're in the movie for, like, 2 scenes with the Joker. You need a method act for.
To be insufferable.
He wasn't even that good a Joker. I'm sorry if anyone appreciated his choices, but it was kind of like...
That's like polar ice caps levels of cold there, buddy.
Oh, you're talking about cold takes? Yeah, I'm out here with the hot takes on Suicide Squad. You know, the one that everyone already kicks while it's down? Yeah.
Not good, bro.
It wasn't a good movie. Oh! Come at me! Whoever liked it. Nobody? Okay. Polar ice caps.
You'd be like, Suicide Squad's the best comic book movie I've ever seen.
I've only seen one comic book movie, so my opinion might be skewed.
You know, funny enough, there was like stuff that I think came out about like the Sonic movie generally. That like they thought that like Sonic during the first movie and a little bit during like the second, they generally thought like that Sonic wouldn't have as much like brand appeal because he comes from the roots of a video game and not something more like a comic book.
I'm sorry. I do wonder what kind of thinking that is. Video games versus comic book. Who engages with what more? Like, I feel like more people play video games than read comic books. I could be way wrong on that, but it's just like, comic books are not inaccessible. I'm not going to say that. I'm just like...
Oh, they're pretty ubiquitous. Like, everyone knows what a comic book is.
Yeah, they're all around. They've been around, but like, because he's not a comic book character, and besides the fact, yes he is! No.
This is thinking of an executive. It's like, you know, comic book movie is successful because Marvel, and Marvel make comic book movie that make money. We don't make video game movie money. Video games are less profitable.
Also, video game movies have sucked. I think that argument would be like better and more cogent than like, oh, it's not a comic book. I would say like typically video game movies are terribly made. Of course, that would mean those people watch movies, which they probably don't.
No, that's not what they're taking. They don't care.
They don't care about that. It's like people don't trust video game movies because they've usually been disappointing. But yeah, no one's about to come up with that take.
The reason why they didn't have faith in Sonic is because he was a video game character, and they say as opposed to a comic book character, probably because they see Marvel stuff, and that's based on comics, and that's been proven to be successful. And if something hasn't been proven to be successful, then it will never be successful.
You know, it's very risk averse, these people, even though they have all the money to make as many risks as they want. I should close this off, but I also feel like, extrude it real quick. Scale. Oh no, that looks terrible. Never mind. Abort. Cancel idea. It was bad. Bad thought.
So do you want to see, like, alright, so who do you think's gonna voice Shadow in Sonic Movie 3? Keanu Reeves or Robert Pattinson?
Robert Pattinson. Oh, right. This guy was recently the Batman and a lot of other things, I'm sure. Or Robert Pattinson, I don't get a choice. I guess I can't think of anyone else who would play Shadow. I don't think Keanu Reeves at all.
I can't think of anyone else that they would want to play Shadow, because I think of, like, Keanu Reeves, so they could have super serious, like, action hero guy that has guns and stuff
John
like
Wick,
that. That
right.
way they can make meta jokes at his extent.
Hey, it's John Wick! says
they have,
Sonic.
They have Shadow like doing
Arguably not allowed to watch John Wick, but he definitely did.
No, but then Sonic could say some bullshit like, "Oh, what did they do? Did they kill your dog?" Like
And then he'd be like, "No, they killed my best friend, Maria." Oh, right. Damn. Sonic would empathize with Shadow, actually, having lost a loved one in his past. He wouldn't be all like, he wouldn't be cocky about that. I don't think they would write him that way. But he would definitely probably make a joke first, not knowing. But let me think. It was a joke that I had. It's like,
Keanu Reeves.
I was talking to one of my coworkers, and I think he was just throwing names out there, but he was all like, Ryan Reynolds? I was all like, actually, that might have been actually kind of ridiculous. Ryan Reynolds being Shadow. Just for the fact that he could play the whole angry guy who makes jokes because he's sad.
No, that's Deadpool.
He's like Deadpool, but he's like, they're not like those kind of outlet, but maybe he's just like this really sardonic humor kind of a character, which like could work. He's like an angrier Sonic.
Yeah, I mean that's the Shadow normally. Well, he's not like angry, but he's like. I would like it if they took his character in that direction though. He was more comedic, but he's making jokes to kind of like cover up his sense of loss and that kind of stuff. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, but it appealed to me for a moment. Anyway, Yeah,
we're gonna say something.
I think so. I think of like and then like I think they might cast Robert Pattinson because he's Batman and from the popular.
He's got the voice. Of course, they could cast anyone for their voice, but Robert Pattinson's not a terrible idea. But honestly, I know no one else is going to agree with me on this, but Ryan Reynolds is Shadow.
Yeah, no one's gonna agree.
No one will. I don't care.
I would like to see like if they went for like a grungy, like threatening Shadow. It'd be cool to have Ryan Reynolds do a character that isn't like upbeat all the time.
Yeah, no, he just makes
Like comedic.
bunch of like, he's just like this hard-bitten, angry man. I think that would be kind of funny, or not funny, but like fun. But he's also like, he makes jokes at everyone else's expense, and he's hilarious. And Sonic's like,
They're gonna try to force some like reference or joke to like guns or Shadow Drive.
I mean, they've already done that. They created Gun. And they didn't create Gun. Let me not say that. They made reference to the fact that its name is ridiculous. Oh, that'd be weird. Draw attention to the fact that Shadow has a gun. It's like, oh, looks like you're all edgy now. I mean, he'd pick up a gun and then Sonic would dismantle it because he's too fast to be shot with it. So, I don't know.
I mean, that doesn't stop them before from doing
Huh?
Sonic can run.
Yeah, they do be forgetting that Sonic can run fast. I don't understand how that keeps happening. Obviously, they know it. It is conveniently forget because most Sonic media does that.
Sonic can run fast.
It's like, yeah, he can run fast, but we need the story to have some sense of drama. If he just runs away from every problem, like he definitely would,
Like,
given
okay, then
not
write
much-
a reason why. Write a reason why he can't run fast.
or he won't run fast because his friends can't go as fast as he can, and he needs to protect
Yeah,
them.
that's a decent reason. You can have him try to run, and every time he does, like Tails is there, he's oh shit. He
I
goes
need to
back
help
for
him.
and
Yeah.
then goes back to help him, and then turns around, and then
You know, like that scene where like he's running.
and the the thing closes. And he doesn't
like
get out.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's like in the temple, right? Like I think they established with Knuckles' first fight scene that he can stop Sonic with his bare hand. Why don't you use that again?
Oh, I mean, they try, but you can't hit him ever again, I guess. But he does hit him a couple times, right?
Yeah, no, they get hits on. He hits him a couple of times in that fight. Knuckles isn't like a little punk. He actually gets a few licks in during their actual battle, which I did appreciate.
How does Knuckles ever hit him?
Knuckles has speed.
Super
He's
speed
not as. He's got quick fists. He's got.
Quick fist?
I don't know.
Sonic can stop time, so or damn
But
near
Sonic-
do that.
Yeah, Sonic just never does. Not since that one sequence where he did.
Where he
I
did.
guess because it's a cheat, and then They've written
He does.
themselves into a
This is the
corner.
funny thing. This is the funny thing. I love the scene where Sonic can't run through a door that's slowly closing from like maybe like 10, 20 feet behind him. But then he freezes time during like immediately after when he's like snowboarding down that hill and like all those mechs are surrounding him. Just freeze time.
Shape. Yeah, no, it's wouldn't say
Like,
cop out. I don't know.
I've come up with an idea. So, why does Robotnik leave the quill behind?
Quill. Oh wait. When did he leave the quill?
Right at the beginning of the movie. He uses it for the beacon, and then they never.
Oh, never thought about that. Because it's not like he wouldn't need it again. It's an energy source. He just created a freaking beacon that could be seen throughout the
He
galaxy.
created a beacon, and he used it in the first movie to keep up with Sonic. So one of the best things he could possibly do is make sure that Sonic can't run away from you.
And we know that he left it behind, right? That's like in the movie.
They don't mention it ever. They just forget about it. They leave nothing. Like if they were like went up there and then phased out, he goes, whatever, something to let us know that it's not worth anything anymore.
Yeah.
Fine, but then, okay, I think I came up with an idea. Like he uses it to make like a ray that if he shoots Sonic with it, it negates the power of his it negates the the time stop power, but he can still run fast. So. But it also kills the quill. So when he uses it, he
drains it.
The quill...
Need to get another one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so now Sonic can't run. So now Sonic can't stop time, and now we have the movie works now suddenly. A
because
lot,
Sonic
but
having the ability to stop time makes it so that like I'd argue like a solid 40% of this movie would not exist if Sonic just remembered he could stop time. Something he did very liberally in the first movie.
and it's like, okay, even if he could stop time, there's some areas where you could run fast and do it anyway, like getting the map off the guy. It's like, okay, you could just run up and grab it.
Yeah, just run up and grab it. They can't stop
the
you.
map's over there. Run over and grab it, Sonic.
Or just walk over and grab it. What are they gonna do?
Like, I thought of a rework around this where, like, maybe they just instantly burn the map and now Sonic and Tails are lost for directions, but they learn that, like, you can have fun with this where, like, a local or something knows of, like, a legend off in, like, a specific area of the region, and they're like, oh, that's it! And they want directions, but in order to do it, they need to do the stupid dance-off sequence.
You must do the dance to prove you are worthy.
Do the dance. I don't know how to dance, Tails. Oh, and then neither of us know how to dance. Now we do suddenly, because it's a song
1, 2,
that's
3,
popular.
4. Uptown Funk.
Uptown Funk.
A song that was popular in 2015. What in the world was the thinking behind that? I like that song, and it's just like, what? What? It was on my playlist when we started.
Popular, yeah. Or let's say, I kind of like when they use the tornado to fly in, and the Death Egg Robotnik doesn't just immediately make the tornado part of his machine.
Yeah, just he didn't see it. It wasn't gray or whatever. It had to be gray. He was going off colors, not the machine itself.
I would like, funny enough, that would actually be funny if they mentioned that as a line.
You're not going to take the plane, sir? It's not gray.
It wouldn't fit the color.
Wouldn't fit the color scheme. Like
they blow up the tornado quickly enough, but still.
Yeah, it's out of the
I would
shot.
have liked that to see that addressed, because why wouldn't he try that? This is minor, but my brain's doing this to me. So they're flying on they teleport with the ring, with the plane. So the plane flies through the ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They had to be flying to do that, right? So usually you throw the ring in front, and then the thing will appear and you can fly through it. I assume that's what happened. But there's no way you could possibly throw that ring in front of the plane while it's moving. There's just no fucking way you're doing that shit. My stupid brain is thinking of shit like this. You
3,
can't do that.
4, 5.
I'm thinking of like how Sonic and Tails were even like taken by gun in the
2,
first
3,
place.
4,
Really.
5, 6. Yeah, well, I don't know. I wouldn't do
Like,
for you.
I imagine like a cool scene where instead of having these dumb
Don't
like
have to
human
do this at all.
characters like just fumbling around like it's some sort of like Disney Channel rom-com, like invading the movie. I'm thinking like you could have a scene where Sonic like Tails and Sonic like break out of the like they take them by a helicopter, and then they could do like a Sonic Adventure 2 thing where Sonic and Tails like have like a little breakout sequence that lasts a couple minutes, where they get out of the helicopter, maybe like Tails breaks out with his gadgets, and then like maybe they're not far away from the wedding place where they establish the helicopter, so like or the tornadoes, so that Tails could like grab that during the escape sequence, and then Sonic jumps on board. And then we can transition to the next scene in a way that makes them like that still follows our main characters, does something fun and interesting, and doesn't waste our time. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I think Sonic saving Knuckles, Tails and Knuckles to become super would have fit the find your own tribe narrative better than saving two humans who are like, okay, they're your family.
And then they have my favorite
they kind of
line.
weren't there most of the movie, like helping you or anything.
Oh man, and they have my favorite line ever, completely original to the Sonic movie too. We're family, and family stick together, no matter what.
Ohana. Ohana means family. He's blue too, see?
I'm thinking
I like Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, no, Lilo and Stitch is good. That movie's great. I'm thinking like, what is it? And he got Stalkery Tails.
Yeah, Stalker Tail.
Only Sonic the Hedgehog!
Only Sonic the Hedgehog could whatever.
Insert platitude here. I don't know. What? How are there more... What did I do?
Man, Tails is like, like there's an argument to be made in my mind that like Tails could be cut from the movie and barely anything of importance would really change.
You wouldn't be able to put the Tails on the tube. It wouldn't make any sense. That would be lost. You gotta think about these things. You gotta think about the marketing. I'm not out here worried about the fact that Knuckles was introduced in a game into the movie because like I don't care. I feel like it's fine. They don't need to... Like, first of all, they don't know they're going to get a third movie when they made the second one. But the fact is, Knuckles is a pretty good... Actually, you know what? No one was saying anything against Knuckles. You were talking about Tails. Tails could definitely have been more utilized. He's not utilized enough in a lot of media, unfortunately. How do we look like? How do we feel about that? How do we feel about this?
He just exists as Sonic's, like, side character.
How do you feel about my bird? Sorry. Not to cut you off. How you guys feel about the model, though?
Good bird.
Feedback.
The bird.
I think it's good.
Hey, thanks. Okay. We continue. He's up here stopping the conversation to talk about my bird model.
And then you got, like, the dumb moment where it's, like, you got, like, Tom Wachowski or whatever, like with the wedding ring fumble up.
That was so
like,
dumb. Just ask the guy for the dang
bad.
thing. Like, hey, could you just... Look, that ring that you bought for your wife, it doesn't even look the same.
It's like, hey, I was doing a magic trick with, like, your daughter or whatever, and we mixed the rings. Hey, sorry, Kate, here you go.
No, I'm gonna punch him in the face, because that's how I solve problems. Tom punching people in the face needs to stop. It's bad example for the kids. Anyway, really, there's just no... It doesn't line up. I'm upset.
And like the entire gun subplot makes no sense whatsoever. Like
that's for a Saturday morning cartoon, I guess.
I know, but it's just bad writing.
It's just like, yeah, we were watching you the whole time. Like, I guess it.
Like we were watching you the whole time, and knew Sonic would come here.
They didn't know. They were just on a list. But
so what were they doing?
It's not like Tom was... Well, actually, wait. Did they know Tom was leaving? Well, no, they knew that the sister-in-law was...
They were ready to capture him there. What?
I think because they just assumed that Sonic would be there for the wedding. Because Sonic... They knew that Sonic was with Maddie and Tom. And they knew that they were traveling. So, like, they've just been watching them the entire time. They've been watching everyone related to them. So I guess they were just...
Watching them the entire time they would know that they want to keep Sonic secret and not like have him go around everywhere.
I don't know.
It's just bad writing. It doesn't make sense.
They wanted to work gut into the story, and now that they have, I guess I could just, I guess I could do this. I can create a, I'm gonna create bad edge flow. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. Ooh, that's Shrouding the Dark Cloud. Yeah.
The wedding subplot. Everyone unanimously, I think, agrees that
Shrouding
that's
the
just
Dark
bad. Like the gun and wedding subplot is the most worthless thing I've seen in either of these movies. Like it's just like, get out of my face. I
Give me
remember
your
watching
phone.
and thinking to myself, like, I'm watching a Sonic movie right now, and even if this was in the movie and mattered, like, it's not. It doesn't. It just doesn't add anything. It's not important. It's like, it's forced like comedic relief on focusing on characters that have nothing to do with anything. Like what? Like, it feels like one of those things where we needed adult human characters in the movie so the adults wouldn't get bored by the cartoon animal characters.
I don't know.
Like
Who are these adults?
it feels like one of those, like, purely, like, what is the point of that movie? It doesn't add anything to the theme or the plot or anything. Like, it's filler. Maybe they wanted to stretch the runtime, so they just came up
didn't
with
need to do that to stretch the runtime. There's a lot of things they could have done. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of movie in that movie.
You know, maybe it was less expensive, so they just did.
Oh, it's certainly less expensive just to shoot human actors. Yeah, they probably shot for like, what, 4 or 5 days? There wasn't a lot of scenes with humans in them that weren't like Jim Carrey and the guy who plays... I'm so sorry, I don't know his name.
Agent Stone is my favorite character.
Agent Stone's,
I love him so much.
Let me get this down, move that down there.
I love when he pulls up the manual for the Death Egg robot and it's a Sega.
It's a Sega, that's pretty neat. Can I just do smooth?
Doctor, take me with you!
Shade smooth. Not so bad.
His amazing latte skills? Like, oh my god. He's so...
If I had
Yeah.
a latte.
Robotnik and Knuckles and Stone, they didn't make me cringe the whole movie.
Subdivision. Well, that's an achievement.
It is.
Subdivision surface. Will that do anything? It's not too bad, except for obvious, definite problems here.
What do you think of the coffee? Could use more mushroom.
I'm sorry, the what?
The coffee. It could use more mushroom. That's a pretty good line. He got
Use more
addicted to
mushroom.
mushroom.
Yeah, he was just there for a year, eating mushrooms. It could happen to any of us. Okay. Not do that.
I love, like, I remember, like, laughing to myself, like, when I was watching the movie, and they try to give, like, this big dramatic payoff to their underdeveloped, like, character arc for Sonic, and it's just, like, he overcomes his fear of water, and he's just like, I gotta go fast. That made me laugh.
It was a little
Like,
bit
you're being
weird that they would do
real
that.
right now. It's like, you're
Gotta
being
go fast.
like,
Gotta go fast. Sonic.
God.
Oh, that made it worse. Oh boy. That did not make it better. Okay.
I love when Eggman is, like, trying to grab the Master Emerald, and Sonic's like, no! Oh, man.
Oh, that doesn't happen. Nope.
Like, so much of that movie is just, like, contrived. Like, it is forced and doesn't make any natural sense. It's just stuff happens for the sake of happening. I think of the Longclaw thing, like the letter that falls and activates for no discernible reason.
Well,
Like,
we
just,
need it to
need
go
move
off
the
now.
poplar, that'll come up.
We need this thing to just turn on. And there's like, I don't know, make it Sonic's birthday and it's said to activate on the 14th birthday. Come on, something.
Yeah, it was
I-
like,
it-
no, he just
like,
dropped it
easy
that
enough.
one time.
It just kind of worked this time.
Oh shoot, just
Oh.
make it be like a thing where it's... No, never mind, it wouldn't make any sense. I can say, like, it just always does that. He actually knew about it already.
Sonic, if you're reading this, then you have said the word Master Emerald.
Then I have died. Or maybe she just died right then.
What
It
if she
just
wasn't dead?
activated.
She did you write something? Why'd you put this in your long claw? Oh, sorry. I thought I'd die before you saw that. Oops.
Oh, Yeah, sorry about that, Sonic. I didn't.
Dreadful.
Oopsies.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
well,
like,
I'm not. So, surprise.
I love the scene where Sonic
No,
and
this does
Tails
not
need to
work.
escape Knuckles, and they decide to drive in a.
Yeah, to go slower than they were both going before. I don't know what that was about. I think they just wanted to put Tails in a car and showcase his.
We're running
Mechanical
away
stuff.
from Knuckles. Let's
It's like-
not fly or run, which both would
Let's
work.
let's show Tails' mechanical genius by having him drive a car.
I would like to have seen the scene in which he stole the plane, though, because I think that's what happened.
Yeah, no, it just happened.
It just shows that the plane was up in the air, and then they show that he's on it. I know it's not in the deleted scenes, but I would have liked to see that, because, like, where's the plane coming from? I guess that's my biggest problem.
I actually thought
Nothing
of,
you
like, that
said,
video where-
the plane. That
what
bugs
is
me.
it? Where it's like Sonic, after saving Green Hill, because Green Hill, the town, knows about it, and like what he did to save them from Eggman. I like to imagine they just like shower him with like praise and like gifts and stuff like that, and one of them is just a plane. It's like, I can't fly it, but you know, I got it. Yeah, there's a plane in our backyard. It's like, there's a.
I don't know, man.
That would be pretty good to me.
Like, it's branded
They
with
shower
my
him
name
with
and everything.
gifts. He gets they give him a plane and they brand it for him.
It's a crop duster, and they put his name on it.
Yeah.
I don't know. If there was any sort of agriculture in Green Hills, there wasn't, but still, whatever. He just owns a plane. Now, the question, of course, is then how do we get... Well, no. The plane would have been at Green Hills already, instead of them trying to fly it from Hawaii.
Like, I imagine from there you
They
can
used
tell
a ring.
story of Sonic like growing like egotistical. Show a story of Sonic's ego, like that kind of thing. Him being like, you know, self-absorbed, like praised, like that kind of thing. Like he doesn't need to worry about anything. Robotnik's gone. He's just a hero. He's great. He can keep doing stuff. Like he's so awesome. And then you have Tails, who's like less confident in himself, and you could show like an actual arc over the course of the movie instead of just being all muddled and weird and not focused on anything. Not focused.
I think they tried to avoid, though. I don't
You know
know
what?
if they tried to
I
avoid
want to
it.
show. I want to explain that I was bullied instead of have a flashback or show it happen.
Look,
before you
Is
come.
this game called the movie? Is this movie called Tails the
It's a
Hedgehog?
movie.
No.
It's a movie. But it is a movie.
It is a movie, yeah. I know. It's just like, they wanted to be about Sonic. We were just really, really, really passionate about that one point. We're not going to show anyone else's. Well, I guess they showed a flashback of Knuckles. It could at least they could have done was show a little
Oh,
bit
yeah,
of Tails.
I love that scene where Tails just knows Knuckles' backstory.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand him knowing that if it's just like a thing that people know about him generally. He's
Why
people know
would
about the
he?
echidnas. People know about the fact that he was fighting in that Bloodsport arena in that story. So it's not like he's
I mean,
unknown.
I mean, I think that's like a poor excuse, though, if you need to rely on like that external like comic garbage in order to understand
Yeah,
this movie.
that's a
right?
bad one. You just have to. They have to. External stuff is not part of the movie.
To
Well,
explain a character motive. To explain-
well, they didn't. Well, wait, no. He explained his character motive himself. Tails didn't know why Knuckles was after.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah. Well,
But if he did, it would have been because of that war that the Guardians had with the. That would be a thing people knew about. The Echidnas versus the Guardians. It looked like they had pretty big battles that blew up a lot of crap, and they used emeralds and stuff.
Isn't
Like
it weird that Tails is just able to be.
That'd be
like,
news.
"That's Knuckles." It's like that's Knuckles the Echidna. He's after the Master Emerald. It's like, why do you know this? Why do you know this? It's like I can understand knowing the history of the Echidnas or something, or explaining Sonic about it, but why does he know who Knuckles is or what he's after or anything? Like it doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't.
Like it's
And
so,
they don't explain. They don't explain as to why anyone would know Knuckles or anything like that. It's not explained. Like it's just. It's just
Oh, what is this? What am I not
it's
liking
like
about
Tails
you?
just knows this information for the sake of giving the audience the explanation. It's like,
I see. These are stuck together. Wait. Oh, what?
and it's like you get Knuckles' backstory like anyway, so it's like, why couldn't Knuckles just give that backstory himself? Like, why is Tails doing this? Like, you just like there's not a lot of like purpose for Tails' role in this movie at all.
Oh,
Like
that's a
anything that
big
Tails
ugly
does could have been
triangle.
filled by, in this case, Knuckles when it comes to explaining backstory and lore and stuff like that. Even if he's not explaining it to Sonic, explain it to Eggman, someone he trusts. There you go. And then Eggman could get interested in the lore of the Master Emerald and stuff, and he could see that. There's no reason like that Tails needs to deliver this, and even outside of that, Tails doesn't have much of an external purpose regardless. So he just kind of falls flat as a character. He doesn't really have much of an arc or a reason of what he's doing. He's just kind of there. He doesn't...
Ooh. Oh no! It's a death animation right there. No, that ain't it. Trying to find ways to smooth this thing without using subdivision, because that ruins the model.
I did always find it funny there were scenes in the movie, though, where you're like, I like the movie, just do better next time. Let's do it.
Who said that?
You did.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I'm not saying it's like a paragon of filmmaking, it's just like, I didn't hate the movie. I'm not out here like hating on it, but I want them to do better. I want them to do more. Like, yes, please, but more next time, because this sort of like right now, not a lot of very good video game movies in general exist. So like, I just want it to be better.
It's one of those things where it's like Sonic 2, the highest rated, highest grossing video game movie of all time. It's like, we're at some real low standards here. Like, this isn't much of an accomplishment.
Yeah, except for the fact that it weirdly is, because what's its competition? The Uncharted?
Yeah, right? It's not even that much better than anything like that. It just looks more Sonic-y. That's its accomplishment. It's like this.
I would say that.
It's like you made it look like Sonic. You threw in some references. Like, cool. The movie's still not written that well or like anything. It's kind of like I argue like the second movie is a worse movie than the first one.
It's not as
It's
good
like-
as the first. The first one didn't make me think all these things like there's something wrong constantly.
Like the first movie was boring, right? It didn't really like it wasn't
I
that
don't know.
interesting or something, but at least it wasn't broken. It doesn't like work.
That's where I'm kind of differing with you guys. I feel like the first movie was like, it was like, hey, here's the introduction to this stuff, but like, I wanted it to be more than what it was, because what it was bog standard.
Yeah.
But like, looking at the second movie, it was more of the things that I wanted to have. I wanted there to be more action. I wanted there to be more focus on, the fact that Sonic is an action character, not that Sonic can't be funny. It's just like, less of a
No, I get what you
road
mean.
trick
I
comedy,
like,
which is
yeah,
what
no, I
bugged
get
me
you.
about the first one.
like it's one of those things where it's like I felt a similar way going into the second movie. Like, I want more action. It's good that they're doing action, but it's like it's not good though. Like, just the fact that there's action here like isn't enough for me. Really, it's like that action needs to like be informed by character or story, and if none of that stuff works and the action falls flat, it just doesn't feel like it matters, or that it really feels like it was fully thought out or really like considered that much. Like, it just feels sloppy. Like, the first movie, for as boring and bog standard as it is, feels in some way cohesive. The second movie feels broken. Like, stuff just happens. Like, it's just kind of like all over the place, and just it's like it's one of those things where I'm like, it's superficially like more Sonic in the fact where it's like it's more focused on action. Sonic has more screen time, or we're getting into like lore and stuff like that. But none of that stuff matters if it's not written well. And I don't think it's written well, so it doesn't matter to me. It's just a worse movie. It's just the first movie I don't even think was written that well to begin with. Again, bog standard, but I think this movie is just worse.
So you're saying that basically, and I can hear that. It's like it was bog standard, but it knew what it wanted to be, and it was pretty tightly written along those lines. It's just gonna be a sort of a not buddy cop, but a road trip film that's about a hedgehog and a man riding in a car, even though it doesn't have to happen that way. But we're doing it like this. It reminded me a lot of Road Chip because of that.
Oh yeah.
But like, yes, but it was fully and just, I know what I am. I don't care if you don't like me. This is what we're doing, kind of a thing. We're doing this. And to be fair, it was a safe bet because it was like, look, man, we're not going to jump all the way to the freaking Chaos Emeralds and all that kind of stuff in the first movie. If they did that, it had a very strong chance of being terrible. Oh, shoot, PJ and Fractor said some things. Excuse me. Hey there, I've been doing some spring cleaning things and listening in. I have company over and stuff. Sorry to be so late with this question. What is this character? Oh, Fractor answered the question. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't see your question. I was so caught up in the conversation and this bird. Yes, It's a robot from the game, Fury Ostrich, a brute enemy that commands smaller grunts. Oh,
Like,
commands small. Okay.
I think it's.
I don't know how I didn't know that already.
Thing.
Oh shoot! What if it pulls bombs out of the ground and they're like those little bomb robot things that we had a concept for, and they just chase after you. It just pulls out enemies and they like follow you around and explode. That could be kind of fun. Maybe. It's a thought. Anyway.
I'm thinking like what is it? But yeah, no, it's like the second Sonic movie is one of those examples of like, you know, I see a lot of people saying like, oh, this is a great Sonic movie. This is like a peak like Sonic movie, like that kind of thing. And I'm not gonna say somebody's like inherently wrong for liking a thing, like that's just the nature of opinions. I just don't understand where these people are coming from when it comes to saying like this is a good movie. Because I don't think it is, like by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, it's certainly a peak Sonic movie, but that's just because, like the stock market, the peaks and troughs, you know, you don't see them. I'm really hoping it's only peak in that it'll get better. If it's peak and it doesn't get better from here, I think I'm done with the movie series.
That's the thing, but that's the thing. I don't think it will, because this movie feels like it was rushed out the door to some extent, and this movie made a bunch of money and highest grossing movie of all time, and people are saying that it's great, so they're gonna make a third movie and learn, and that's the way like this industry and like oftentimes this kind of stuff works. It made money, it was rushed out the door, and the second movie, like right now, the second movie, the writers have come out and said it's in the pre-production phase. Like they are just running around with random ideas and trying to figure out what works for the movies. Like they're not even close to making a script right now. And it's already set for like a 2024 release. These movies are getting rushed out the door. And from
how much time do you imagine they should spend on a movie in this franchise? Like, how long should a movie take to make is, I guess, the question. And do you trust it more because it spent longer? Because Uncharted was in the hopper for years.
Oh, no. I'm not saying length makes the movie, but it's like, given the quality of the film, and based on, and seeing, like, the example of, like, you know, these writers are clearly, like, not, like, you know, in a real writing phase, but it's pretty set for, like, a release date, like, 2 years from now, and there's gonna be, like, there's, like, these movies that, like, contain a lot of CGI, animation, that kind of stuff. That stuff takes a lot of time, effort, energy, like that kind of thing, and like, you know, there's rewrites and stuff, but based on the quality of the second movie and how quickly it came out for the first one, I have reason in my mind to believe that these scripts were kind of rushed, if not, like, because, like, in my mind, the script of the second Sonic movie legit feels like a first draft. Whether that's through, like, the writer not caring, or more, like, in my mind, I want to believe more realistically that it was a demand from Paramount where it's like, we need to get a sequel out place because the first one was successful, so just give us something, like that kind of thing. That's, like, par for the course with this kind of stuff. You know, we don't have much reason to believe, like, inherently one thing or the other. I feel like there's often an argument of, like, you know, oh, well, they probably just didn't have time, you know, like, you know, to think that the writer just doesn't care, you know, isn't, like, you know, that's not fair. It's like, it's not technically any more or less fair to really think that kind of stuff. The writer could just not give a damn because they're working on a movie that they're there to make money for, and they're just like, hey, I'm just gonna hash out something to make some cash because that's their job. It's the nature of the industry. But even then, I have no doubt that, like, on some level, like, the writers of this movie, based on the short, which I think is more cohesive and better to some degree, it's more natural. Even if it's not, you know, it's not easy to compare those two things. I feel that it's more tightly written than anything the movies have given. So in my mind, it's like, no, these writers are good. They know what they're doing. They're probably just not being put under the best circumstances to make something, because I feel like these movies are clearly getting rushed out because they want to have Sonic's name on something. They want to have, like, that product get released so they can make money, and clearly it's working, so why would they stop going with this formula?
I mean, they'll keep going with the formula until it stops making money. Unfortunately, they'll probably mean they'll just stop doing it. But the, let's see. Let me read some comments here while you get ready for the second half of your rant. Sonic Movie 2 wasn't perfect or greatly written. It was just dumb fun for me. I knew going in that nothing was going to make sense, so the problems didn't bother me. I think they shot themselves on the foot setting it in the real world. So writing in these game elements is going to be awkward, even if that shadows inclusion is random and rushed. Even I think that Shadow's inclusion is random and rushed. Thank you for your input, Fractor. We will discuss this at our next meeting. No.
Yeah, a meeting. Wow.
Yes, we're gonna have a team meeting about why you're wrong. No.
Sonic movie 2.
About
It
Sonic.
doesn't make sense, but did it bother you? I don't know. This is causing problems.
Yeah, no, but it's like one of those things where it's like, I can understand that perspective, I just don't feel it. Where it's like one of those things where it's like, I know it's gonna be dumb fun, so the problems don't bother me. I just don't work like that. It's like one of those things where it's like, you can have a movie that's dumb fun, but it's like one of those things where like, dumb fun can be written well and made well and that kind of thing. I don't think this movie is that. I feel like it's kind of...
So, Cryo, what's dumb fun movie that's written well?
Dumb fun written well. I think like...
For me, it might be, oh shit, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I thought I was going to say this fast. Fuck. Oh my gosh. It's dumb fun. Something. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I think that's dumb fun, but
that
it's
is a great example. Yes. That is a...
All right, like, what, Cryo, go ahead, sorry.
No, I think dumb fun written well. You think like, I mean, honestly, you think of like, you know, something like maybe Hot Fuzz or Shaun of the Dead.
Hot
It's
Fuzz,
like
shot it, yeah.
Does Cat in the Hat count?
Fun, but it's
That's
really
dumb
well
fun
written
movie.
and
I can't agree with that. Personally.
Like, it's not dumb as in bad. It's dumb as in like, oh, it's crazy and fun and wacky and weird, but it's still like tight and written well and considered. Like it's dumb fun and like, you know, kooky, weird, kind of zany stuff, but it has a purpose. It has like, you know, it knows what it is and it's like tight. It's really well. And, you know, more accurately, I think like Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz are a little bit of dumb fun. They are fun. But I guess in terms of a movie that's like, you know, actually just like dumb fun, because I feel like Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead are a little bit more than just that. But you think of like dumb fun as in a movie that's just like completely off the rails insane, but like still really, really well made. Scott Pilgrim is a really great example. Or something like Zombieland. Like something like that.
Zombieland. Maybe
Yeah.
even like DC's newest Aquaman movie. Kind of dumb fun.
I haven't seen that movie, so
It's not bad. Like, it was pretty good. I mean, it was fun to watch. It was like I could get through it. They did rely on the explosions breaking up tense character scenes a lot, but enjoyable film, definitely.
It's character, boom,
Like we were having a real conversation here, and here's the enemies. They did that a lot, like at least 3 times.
Yeah, no, but like, you know, dumb fun in my mind, like, can be written well. I look at like a dumb fun movie, I think it's something like that. Something that you can get engrossed with, but it's just like silly, it's fun, it's light, but it's not like, you know, bad. And by that I mean like, it's like, there's not like any plot contrivances, like this stuff was thoroughly thought through. Characters acting character, the plot can be focused. You get the theme of the movie, or more accurately, like stuff feels cohesive, like that kind of thing. It feels well constructed. The Sonic movie is not that. Like, for me at least. Like, it's one of those things that I look at and I'm like, plot contrivances are all over the place. And I know I say that, but you know, you think of the example of Sonic can't run fast, how often that happens, that's sort of a big blunder. Like, it's like, that's like a huge, like, surface level kind of like, that's a problem with your movie. Like, a big one. Like, it's...
Sonic, you running down the mountain in Siberia, how did you get reception up there? Like...
He's got the Ring Network. No, he's got T-Mobile. Well, actually, what did they hawk a service, or are they just generic phone brand? Brave of them if they did.
I don't know.
Did Sonic lose his rings by that point? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he lost his rings. Which is why he asked Tom
why
for the
doesn't
thing.
he run down the mountain much faster than snowboarding there, Sonic?
He wanted to snowboard.
Maybe you would actually save your friend.
Nah, he wanted to snowboarding's more important. Sonic's got his priorities straight.
Just run down the mountain, and in fact, you could run across you know, Siberia and out of the country. And, you know, you wouldn't be able to run across the ocean, but all right, fine. You could still
He
call
run to
him, and it won't be
any
as-
number of
as-
European states.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as like urgent to call him. Then maybe you wouldn't have to punch.
You could call him on a payphone.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that bad. I mean, you could just
Oh
then he
no.
could calmly explain that he has the wrong rings.
Okay,
Or
let's see
wait
here.
till after the ceremony
Sorry,
or
I just
something.
find Mike Myers hilarious. Okay,
But
I'm
wait,
so
he
sorry.
wouldn't have to. He wouldn't have to be teleported to Hawaii in the first place. No.
Jason
Oh,
X. That was hysterically dumb fun. The 21 Dump Feet movie's pretty nonsensical fun too. Alright, I think I liked it. 21 Just Me. I've seen some of those. Let's open it up to the 4 people watching the stream. What are your favorite examples of a dumb fun film? There's probably less people than that, actually. I mean, 5. Well, crazy. One of them's me, though, for certain.
Yeah, no, but I'm thinking like when it comes to like again like dumb fun movies, I feel like there is like a level of like quality and some level like a standard to some extent. Not to say like, oh, you need to have like a stick up your ass when it comes to like quality or something like that. Like, oh, this didn't reach like an exact standard kind of a thing. It's just a matter of like I don't think the movie just works like in a in a contextual sense of like these characters are established as this thing and then it just gets forgotten about in a way that doesn't make sense. Like it just doesn't work. Like it's like that kind of, oh man, I mean I'm running in circles a little bit.
A little bit.
The
I think you've made your point.
Yeah, no, I made my point. It's just like I think I'm just like I guess like confused to some extent, maybe a little bit, as to why the reception of this movie is so incredibly high. Like I'm trying to find like a reason, a through line. I know, but the reason why this movie made money was not because of Sonic fans, it was because of children. But also like
Largely marketed towards them.
yeah, no. But I also think of like I think of like all these different perspectives at once. I see like arguments of like, oh, it's just dumb fun or it's made for kids or something like that. It's like the made for kids thing I absolutely despise. Like that argument I don't like respect or hold in any real like major regard. Because like I look at that and I'm like, kids like you're basically saying by that point like, oh, it's fine for the movie to be dumb, it's a kids movie. It's like that's holding like the art form to such like low degrees of like I guess in this case a standard where it's like you think of how many kids movies are like thoroughly thought through, or movies marketed or aimed at kids. You think of most like Disney movies, Pixar films especially, like that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, Toy Story.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
right.
so I think it's when they say it's made for kids, it's like marketed towards them. I think because they have focus groups, right? It's not like they're just saying that and then doing it because they think that's what kids will watch. They had kids pre-screen it and they watched the reactions to see what the children reacted to. And like there's this whole, I don't know if this is true, but I definitely heard about this, like, you know, the whole Sonic fart thing in the first movie. It's all like the writer's like, I didn't write that, but like, you know, we put it in for like during a screening and the kids reacted to it, so then it became a part of the movie. It's like, so it's not like they're just saying that like, oh, children only watch dumb movies, but we knew that this was gonna get a good reaction out of them, so that's why we put it in the movie. So
Yeah,
like,
no,
it's like
yeah, no.
children are different than adults still.
Right.
And just because they can
Go get it. Fucking Lion King. It's not I can remember.
yeah, it
No,
does.
it
It does. It absolutely
totally
does.
Pumbaa.
Ball of gas,
Okay,
burning millions of
what
bottles,
about,
lots of
okay,
everything about Pumbaa.
Okay, fuck that example, damn it. What about Toy Story, Ratatouille? Like,
I don't know. I haven't seen the movie in years.
yeah, I don't think.
Somehow the Lion King example stuck to me, my head.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
Um,
like, damn it, it does, Puma. I said it, and I'm like, wait a second, it
Mhm.
totally.
Ratatouille is an absolute no, though. They don't do that. Like,
Uh-huh.
you don't,
Also, do
you don't-
children like Ratatouille? No, I'm kidding. They probably love it.
It's just like it's like such a binary, dumb way of like making your film. Like, and I know it's like obvious, right? It's just one of those things where it's just like I know it's the standard, but it's like, okay, cool, the standard is stupid. Like, it's like one of those things where we need to use like focus groups and stuff like that. It's like, no, you don't. Like, you just need to make a good
I mean,
thing.
to a certain extent, I agree with you. To another extent, I'm like, these movies all of them are investments, and they are trying to maximize the amount of money they make. So focus groups absolutely make sense.
Yes, that makes sense, but they hurt.
You shouldn't rely on them, I
You
guess.
hurt the art form.
Yeah,
because you
no,
want
definitely.
money.
And that's the thing. They
But every
rely
movie is a
on-
product, and if you're not worried about making money, then definitely don't do any focus groups. But if you were like, look, man, this thing has to make a certain amount of money before we do this, so we need to make sure it reaches these things. Yeah, no, it's it's kind of unavoidable. And I'm not saying it's like a great thing. I'm just saying it's thoroughly rational. There's just
it's the nature of what it is, given the fact that movies are being made as products rather than like a real, like, I guess. Like,
yeah, well, every movie's a product. Like even the ones that are art films, all that kind of stuff. Like
no, you sell everything. Like that's just the nature of selling things. You put something out there, people buy it. But it's one of those things where it's like you don't need to use like a focus group testing kind of a thing to make something either successful or quality. So it's like the reliance on that kind of stuff is sort of just like, it's unnecessary, it's unneeded. It's one of those things that just kind of hinders the quality of like work most of the time, or like the vision of like a creator or whatever the case may be. And it's like it only exists to serve the purpose of like make most money possible by like, you know, that kind of thing.
And as like a writer, it would be really frustrating to me to write something and then have a fart joke put in a movie that I didn't write, and now my name's accredited to it. I'm like, I didn't write that, and now it's gonna be there, and people are gonna think I wrote that.
You're the fart joke guy. Hey, tell us a fart joke.
No, screw that. I don't want to be attributed to that whatsoever. And that's terrible. Like that would bother me like a lot.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not fair to the writer. But that's the thing. Like the like name of the writer isn't a concern. The only concern is that bottom line of, did this movie make this money? Not is it a good product or is it good, just does it exist and did it make money? Which is like, just, it's shallow and dumb and doesn't like help anything. And it's like, yeah, it's prevalent, but like, who cares? Like, it's still bad. Like, just because it's prevalent doesn't mean that it's good. Like, just because,
and you know,
or that it's fine.
Who cares? The people who made the movie, they certainly care. Everyone who worked on it absolutely cares. You don't do it for free. But I understand what you're saying. Like, it shouldn't be driven that way, but also, like, I don't know. What are you going to do about it? Make movies for free? All the time?
I mean, not for
based
free,
on
just
how
like,
you feel?
I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, if you don't think focus groups are a good thing, don't rely on them. Like,
no,
you know,
I don't think that they're a bad thing, though, necessarily, because, like, they help you, like, you know, orient you your film and what you're going to, you know, who you're going to sell it to.
Focus groups are a controlled, like, you know, like, kind of extreme example of just getting other people's opinion. But at the end of the day, the opinion of, like, the masses shouldn't be more important than the opinion of the individual making that work.
Am I doing this? No, I'm not doing it right. That's wrong. No, I don't want to cut there.
You know, it's like just imagining the idea, like, I feel like most creatives, like, generally would think to themselves, like, on a, like, I'd say, like, a mass majority of people that just make art would think, like, hey, if some, like, you know, like, person that was, like, you know, funding your movie or something was, or, like, your product or your work or anything like that, like, say, like, Armada or something, like, you're working under the rules and house of Sega, and they turn to your game and they're like, okay, we'll like let you work for us and make your game if you just like, if you change Tails' character design, you don't say these things in the script, you don't have the characters do this, we need to change this gameplay style. It's basically just shitting all over your work and like what you work towards. Just like because it doesn't matter. This thing, we think it makes more money, we know better than you. Like, do what we say.
I can understand that if it wasn't something that I invented myself. Armada, of course, is not the same thing because it doesn't belong to us. If I was like signing on to work for like them, that's their IP, that's their thing. Right, so like, fine. But if it was like my own thing that I came up with, I would have a problem with that for certain.
Yeah, no, it's a similar kind of thought, and that's more of the standard, right? Like working on that kind of stuff. Like, you know, you think of Armada or something like that. Obviously, it's a fan work, but even things that are based on other IPs have that level of like, you know, creative sort of thing where it's like, oh, it's an official thing, that's sort of like whatever, right? But it's like, yeah, no, it's just, it's poor. It's one of those things where I think the hyperfixation on focus groups or just the need for them in general in the industry sort of undermines the creative process and the individualistic aspect of just making art, just undermining the feelings and values of other people because a group of like people with more money think that they know better and think that they can make something better by just shoving whatever they believe other people have, like forcing their ideas of, like, no, people won't find this objectively funny or find this funny. It's like, it's completely counterintuitive to the idea of what making art is, which is the expression of an individual's, like, mind, values, ideas, anything, that kind of thing. It's just gross. Like,
It's a triangle. It's just a freaking triangle. I can do a triangle. Wait, is my screen not... What the heck? What are you guys seeing right now? On the stream.
I don't know about the stream, but on your in-game stream.
Oh my gosh. How long has it been like that? I thought it was full...
I don't know.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm looking at the stream right now. It's like all pressed in really close, and it doesn't show the entire screen. Let me fix that real quick. My bad, you guys. I don't know why it looks like that. I really couldn't.
But yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, again, focus groups have like their point, but it's like it's sort of like that binary mindset of the people pulling in like ideas for like focus groups generally are not the people that are actually making the work. They're the people that are trying to make that money from that work, which is like, you know, again, it's just, it devalues the ideals or work of a creator and just makes them feel like they're just like a, you know, cog in that sort of machine. And it's just, it's dehumanizing to some extent. It's just stupid. It's just ridiculous.
That's why we support indie devs until they get too big. Then we can't support them anymore.
Yeah, they have to die after that point.
Honestly,
When they get too big, they have to be killed. Let me do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing about, like, indie devs and, like, support, right? I know it's a joke, right? But it's, like, one of those things where, like, I mean, hey, if they make a lot of money, and they're not, like, you know, using their, like, power or wealth to, like, you know, harm anybody or do any wrong, like, you know, so, man, they deserve that. Because as long as they're morally sound, like, they're good for that. Like, so,
Just kidding. I think we got it. I
back to
think
how the
we're
Sonic
close.
movie is objectively.
So, according to the Fractor, let's go ahead and finish up the comments he said. I do like the lore that the film universe has set up, though. There's some thought put into it, unlike the games as of recent. Like the stuff with multiple worlds and zones. Makes me eager for the Knuckles series. I'm eager for the Knuckles series with caveats. If they do stuff with the multiple worlds, I'm on board. If they don't,
Yeah, right?
I
It's
don't.
like they have lore.
I'm gonna be
It's
up.
like they have lore. Will you do something with it and
Yeah.
make it good?
Please, by all means, I'm on board. My whole thing, my interest in the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise does not come from the games. I know I'm a fake fan for that, but I'm not a
No,
hot take.
because the game's lore is like, it's one of those things where it's like the movie's lore is better than the game. It's like, yeah, this is not hard.
Yeah, they're better by having some.
Yeah, by just doing anything, you're better than the games.
Oh. Okay, so this music right here, you guys can't hear it, probably. It's like some Kingdom Hearts stuff, but with little drums and little percussion that they have playing in the background of it. It makes me think of, like, Sora is riding a Yoshi. You know how in Super Mario Galaxy 2, where when you'd get on a Yoshi, they'd add the drums?
Yeah.
It just, like, so Sora's riding a Yoshi while fighting Heartless, which would be
You know that's
a
the thing
great...
in Mario World?
Mario World?
They took that from Mario World, like the first game with Yoshi in it and all that.
Oh, the drums being added?
Yeah, they add like more percussion and stuff to the music in Mario World, and they took that into Galaxy 2.
I did not know that.
original to Galaxy.
Well, okay, well that's pretty cool. Like, I like that. It's a neat little add-on. It's completely not necessary, but you know what? It's fun. It's like, you're on Yoshi now. You're a...
I recently learned that Sonic Generations also does a very similar thing.
Oh, it
where
does?
If you're standing still in Generations, the music track is the music track, and then if you like as you run faster, more percussion starts to get added to the song, and then if you boost, it adds like the warp effect.
Oh. I do like it when they have multiple tracks playing at the same time. That's a pretty cool effect in a lot of games. I like that in Spyro, you go underwater and it would play the same thing, but it would be the underwater theme.
It also does that.
Huh?
When you're charging, it also does that.
Yeah. Do like that kind of thing. It's just neat. I don't. It's like
in Spyro Reignited, they had like the dynamic soundtrack where depending on where you are in the level, it adds different like ambient effects and stuff like that.
Oh.
Like if you're in a cave or something, like the music echoes and stuff like that, or if you're outside, it's more clear and stuff like that. I just wish there could be a boost on. Like, I really wish there could be a toggle in like a boost style Sonic game where you just didn't have the music be completely warped whenever you boost. Like, I want to listen to the music.
Yeah, no. I think it's one of those things where, like, you know, the best part of Sonic the Hedgehog games a lot of the time, like if they're not particularly well made, is the music, and then it's all like, it's like you guys are making music that makes me want to play the game less.
It's like if they are or if they're not. Like Sonic games, like 9 times out of 10 always have good music, unless you're like the 2 examples of when they don't. Right,
and that would be Boom and what? Sonic Lost World.
I'd argue Forces. I don't like Forces soundtrack.
You like Forces? So in the hierarchy of Sonic music tracks, you would place Forces below Sonic Lost World.
Yes.
And Boom or no? Would Boom go below it?
No, Boom's bottom.
Yeah, Boom's not even an original soundtrack. I got that out of some sort of video game making kit or something. Like, downloaded it off of Etsy.
Yeah, no, when you hear like that, womp, womp, womp.
It's so indistinct. It's garbage. Like, oh, what is this? Like it reminds me a little bit, and this is not fair to Sonic Sat AM because I'm pretty sure that music was written for the show. It reminds me of Sonic Sat AM music, like the stuff at the title themes.
Right? No, when you're in the past and it's like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that little or whatever they play. I'm not hating on Sat AM. I've yet to watch it all the way through. But the music at the title cards after the main sequence, of course. Yeah. It's exactly that type of generic orchestral stuff, which I'm pretty sure someone had to write that because. You know, this is the 90s. Do they have synth orchestras? They probably did. I don't know.
Like, the only track from Sonic the Hedgehog that you remember is the main theme.
Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, you're talking about 06?
It's Sat AM.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. No, definitely. That main theme is awesome. I like that main theme. I wish they would do more. Like, I wish to hear it in more places.
Incredibly not. Like, it's one of those songs that's like so incredibly 90s and how simple it is. Like, this is a made-for-TV, really fast, like, repetitive song.
Oh, yeah, no. But when you talk about made-for-TV, I'm thinking about freaking Sonic Underground with that Sonic Underground thing. It's just like, oof.
How their mother
would be found. Yeah. That was... Woof. But...
Give up your children, separate, bide your time, lie and wait.
The problem, not the problem, is just the thing about Sonic Underground is that, you know, written in a different language, and they tried to put a pop song into each one of the episodes. Just like that just messes up your musical time. Like, you don't have, there's no way you can come up with a good song for every episode.
It's like it's Sonic, but he's in a tubular rock band.
Yeah, I mean. And then, of course, they're translated songs. They're translated from French, so it's already going to be a problem.
With the French song?
Or
French show?
With the French show, yeah. It came out around the same time, but they weren't made by the same people. And then, of course, it was localized by, I don't know, probably Deke. They were doing all of it.
Of all the 90s Sonic cartoons, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog is the one with the most iconic soundtrack.
Yeah, right? It's got the freaking... which is weird, because it's just like this Looney Tunes garbage, but it's like, yeah, it's very memorable. That, yeah. I remember that Eggman theme more than the one from Sonic Sat AM, even though I do like the Sat AM Eggman theme. It's pretty basic, but it sounds kind of... It gives me a John Williams vibe, and I like John Williams music, so I guess that's the only reason. It's like that
Yeah,
duh, 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 duh.
Like Sonic X has a lot of like really generic light motifs that get stuck in your head.
Oh my goodness. The Sonic X American theme is the reason that Gotta Go Fast is even a catchphrase of Sonic the Hedgehog in anything.
It's just a dumb song.
But it's catchy as heck. I find myself thinking about it. Gotta go fast.
Like why, like, yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's like, this song is garbage. But it's like, there's something about it.
It's fun garbage. It's the garbage you play with. No, your parents tell you not to because it's gonna make you sick.
It's like, what is it? It's like, moving at the speed of sound, quickest hedgehog around, got ourselves in a situation,
Stuck in a new location without any explanation. Yeah. No time for relaxation.
Don't feel, don't think, don't blink.
Just go, 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 go. Bow, bow. Sonic. Yeah.
He's
no,
on the run.
Sonic. Sonic. Watch out for Sonic X. Gotta go fast. Key change. Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster, 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 faster. Like it sounds like they were just messing around in the studio.
It's like it was written. It was literally written
By a child.
somebody who only knew three things. Sonic is fast. He's in a new world.
Yeah.
And the show is called Sonic X.
Sonic X. They wanted you to remember that title. They wanted you to be thinking about Sonic.
I remembered it.
Yeah, no, definitely. It did its job. It was appropriate. I don't think they've had a Sonic the Hedgehog, like at least an American TV show. No, it wasn't American, but like a theme song that has that same kind of cash as that since. Maybe this new Netflix thing will, but I doubt it.
Like,
I think they peaked in the early 2000s.
Like, I'm thinking about like Sonic X. It's like theme. Like it becomes so perfectly meta when part of the line near the end of the song is "Feel, don't think, don't blink."
I didn't know they were saying that. Actually, I did not know that was the words. But
Like,
yeah,
don't think,
I know. Don't think, don't blink.
Feel.
Just go. When you got time to worry, just throw your head back. You think that was an oblique reference to Sonic X theme song? Just run. Gotta go fast.
It's like it's like one of those things where it's like it's one of I get the message of like, if you have time to worry, then run. It's not run away from your problems, obviously. It's like
Take it out.
you're
Take it
worried
on.
about something, like do it, like work on it.
Yeah,
like, you know,
get it
nothing
going.
starts until you take action. You had the better phrase.
That is a better one. Nothing starts till you take action. It's actually true. It's like one of those things like, yeah, no duh, but yeah, it works. Oh man, my homework is so hard. Nothing starts till you take action. Oh man, my homework's so hard. Just run!
It's like, yeah, right? It's like, nothing starts until you take action. I'm gonna say the exact opposite of what I just said.
Yeah. I'm gonna say the exact opposite of what I said earlier. Just pretend it's...
No. It's not even what I said earlier. It's those two lines back to back. It's
Oh.
like, nothing starts until you take action. If you have time to worry, then run. That's the full quote.
Oh, shoot. How did I not realize that? Yeah, no, that's contradictory somewhat. Well, whatever. Sonic being contradictory is not a problem for me, because I don't care what he has to say. So what are you guys' thoughts on the fact that Tails uses a laser gun? LOL. Well, he uses bombs. Tails has used weapons before. It's not too out of the ordinary. Tails is a violent little kid. And I like him. I think that's why we like him, right? Just a little,
He doesn't need a license for any of this shit.
He doesn't need a license because I don't think anyone in the universe or the society that he is from keeps track of anything. Like, he doesn't probably know who his parents are. He just sort of...
There's no law. There's no law in this world. There's no...
Yeah, there's an Eggman just sort of running around doing whatever the heck he wants, and nobody has tried to stop him.
There's no school.
Tails didn't go to school. Sonic didn't go to school, but he has a plane. I think that there's just it's a Wild West where they live. But
Man,
I don't have a problem with it. I think it's It's fun. It shows, like, you know, they wanted to show that Tails makes gadgets, so, you know, that's a great way to do that.
When they call Tails a scientist. Like,
Wait,
he's not a scientist.
He's a mechanic. But, like, the things that he does sort of, they don't blur the line. They completely go over the line of science and mechanics. Clearly there's a difference.
Like, they act like he's, like, really smart, like, in a lab, like, lab coat, kind of like, I work with
doing research.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a genius. But, so that means, that gives them the ability, yeah, right. That gives them, of course, it gives the writers, any writers who are working with him, the ability to kind of get him to do anything. Like, yeah, he can do that too, sure, whatever. That's in the realm of his capabilities.
I built this TV out of paper clips.
Oh, built a supercomputer out of paper clips and some water? Some kind of
I reprogrammed
milkshake?
using dishwashing detergent.
That's what it was. Which is just like, that sounds stupid, but also like... So I like the image comes to mind of Tails having dishwashing detergent and a toothpick. He's picking his teeth, and then he uses the detergent to wash his clothes, and then he reprograms the computer normally, like you would reprogram a computer. Looks at the camera and goes like, what did you think I did with those things?
Yeah, no, it's like, he didn't use them to fix the computer, he was using them and fixing the computer.
Right? I was able to pick my teeth and wash my shoes while reprogramming the computer. Which...
And then, like, Sonic Lost World, I'd argue, has some of the worst writing in the entire franchise.
Which is weird, considering, you know, Sonic Colors exists, but also it has less story in Sonic Colors, so I guess that's why it beats out.
Sonic Colors has better writing through it not having...
It has less writing in it. That's the joke I was making. It's like, yeah, this is not a lot of stuff for the characters to say or do, so there's no dynamics.
Like, there are some things in Sonic Colors that I like, because at its heart, like, Sonic Colors is just like a Genesis game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a simple premise, and I've never played it, and I've heard bad things from Radical Soda. I may not ever play it in its current state.
No. He's reviewing the remake, not the original. Remember that.
Fair enough. That's true.
Like, here's the thing. All of his points in that video of how bad the game is, I agree with, because the remake is bad. The original game is fantastic.
He did a remake. He did a review of the original, if I'm not mistaken, anyway. But and he made the point that the remake is not good. Of course, I did want to pay for it, you know. But now,
you have a Wii U, man. You could just get like a Wii copy for like $10 or something.
That's true. I could just buy it on eBay. Well, not eBay, Amazon. eBay. I mean, a bid for it? No.
You don't need to bid on eBay.
That's true. They did change a little. They didn't change. I guess that you could always just buy stuff straight up.
It's not a recent thing, bro.
Look, man, it's been a long time since I've been on eBay. Last time I bought something on eBay was my PlayStation 3.
No, like, I was gonna say, like, most of my life, I've been able to buy things on eBay.
Fair enough. Let's flatten this. Ooh, that did not work. That did bad.
But,
yeah?
Yeah, no, like, Sonic Colors is, like, a fantastic game. Like, it's like, if you want a Sonic game that's just a Sonic game, play Sonic Colors. It's a Sonic game.
Yeah, okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put his eyes in later. They'll just be a separate object. That way we can keep it looking pretty good. Put a texture on it.
I remember somebody saying, like, hey, don't worry if it's not... I remember people saying, because recently it just came out that Sonic Origins isn't being developed by the people that made Mania. Only the Sonic 3 port is being made by Sonic Mania's team. The rest is being made by Sega internally, by Sonic Team, I believe.
Oh, they're finally getting back into the fray. Like, we could do that too, couldn't we? They're like, yeah, technically. We own the IP and have access to every single asset.
It'd be amazing if Sonic 1 and 2 and CD were just completely destroyed, but Sonic 3 is like...
Wait, Sonic 3 is what? I'm sorry.
Sonic 3 in the collection, like, that's coming out, like, next month?
Yeah.
Like that, Sonic 3 is completely perfect. Like, it's fantastic, it's a great, best version of the game. And then Sonic 1, 2, and CD are completely destroyed.
Oh, that'd be kind of sad. There's 4 sides to this, isn't there?
I mean, like, here's the thing. they're remaking Sonic 3 from the ground up for the collection, and for Sonic 1, 2, and CD, the ones that are being made by Sonic Team, they're just porting over the versions that have already been made.
Okay. And those are the ones that are going to be broken. Well, that's unfortunate, I would have to say, definitely.
I do remember one of those things where it's like, no, it'll be fine if they make like a. It's fine if it's not being made by the Mania team. Like, Sega can make good ports of games. You know, they'll patch out the seizures later. It'll be fine.
They'll patch out the seizures later. That'll be DLC. You have to pay for the seizure patch.
Man, like Sonic Colors Ultimate is one of those things that just like. It's embarrassing. Like, not like embarrassing is the word it's bad. It's just like disgustingly bad.
Oh. It's not just bad, it's disgusting. Like, it made me sick. I have a disease now. The game gave me...
Yeah, I had a disease. I have a disease now called apathy because I don't care about Sonic.
You have ruined Sonic for me. Let's do this. Control E, mark
Like,
that scene.
You're one of your best games, and it was a simple port job, and it got screwed up. Like, so disastrously bad. Like, there's an argument to be made that Sonic Colors Ultimate is worse than Sonic 06 because at least Sonic 06 doesn't have the potential to give you a seizure.
Yeah, true. It doesn't. It has... Well, I don't know. Can seizures be triggered by rage? No, it's terrible.
Well, if that's the case, they're pretty evenly split.
Because I was kind of upset with that game. I was,
Like, recounting your experiences, what are the things that stick out most in your memory when you think back to your playthrough of 06?
Well, it was the friends we made along the way. You know, the conversations we had. Like, because I didn't play that game for enjoyment. I played it to just play it and see what it was like. I think, obviously, the part where I got... Not obviously. You guys haven't seen it, the people in the chat here. I got stuck on the air thing in, what was it? Kingdom Valley. Got stuck there. Sonic just got stuck in a spin dash, and he never came out of it. It was just spinning forever.
You attacked this little, like, wind current thing, and Sonic just stood there.
Yeah. So...
You could, like, only move him a little bit, but, like, you couldn't take damage, and he was just stuck.
I wasn't so upset by the ball puzzle because, of course, I knew it was coming. I've seen people play through the game before. But I don't recall... Like, did I have a particularly difficult time with it? I don't remember.
When you came into the level, you were, like, 4 minutes in, like, into the ball puzzle, and then by the time you got out, you were at, like, 19 minutes.
Huh. It took a long time, but not as long as other people have taken it. It was a lot of back and forth, of course. Yeah, no, the game is, So those things stuck out to me. Obviously, the end game was the end game. I feel like the biggest takeaway is I couldn't trust the game's mechanics.
I remember you almost got a game over at the end of the world part. You were so happy when you beat it. You're just
yeah.
Oh, can this game just stop?
Oh, yeah, no, I remember that actually now. I was close to actually being game overed. And, like, knowing that I was going to have to play again from... I don't even remember what I saved. I guess the beginning of End of the World. Right, you start at the beginning of it. Right, I kept dying on that part. I was trying to get through the sand part. Was that Omega's stage?
That was Silver.
Silver. He controlled very poorly. It was very bad. He had, Blaze... Not playable, she was dead at the time.
I remember after you beat the level... You said like a portal appears behind Shadow. Just sucks him up and you die during the results screen.
Wait, that happened, or was I just waxing? Oh, we were joking. I was about to say, wait, no. That would be... Yeah, but that stuff... Yeah, it was, The game was, It was out to get me. And once again, like I said, it's one of those games you don't play to enjoy it. You play it for the story, for the experience. Like, that time I played Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, it's
Sonic
rite of passage.
Legendarily bad. Like, Sonic 06 is a special case. Because it's not like E.T. or something where it's barely a game. Like, it's a game.
It's a full game. No, they built it. They made it. And you can see there are places where it's all like, man, if this was better made, it might have been fun. Let's see here.
Like, I recently played through P06, like the new version of it, and it's like, man, this game is fantastic.
I remember escaping. Oh, this is Fraternization. I remember escaping the Silver Fight Arena on my first playthrough, really confused and assumed that Silver got stuck as I ran around the town. Oh, you were just outside of the arena. Yeah, I imagine.
Because for whatever reason they decided the genius idea of loading the entire map.
All right, there we go.
Like,
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, I guess it didn't really cut. Well, shoot, the game wasn't optimized, and it was very clear of that. I mean, the loading screens sort of clench it if that's in that particular oops. In that particular case, it was very much a game that was not ready to go. You know, we've heard from many people talk about how it was just sort of not done. And when you play it, you know it. You just feel it. You're like, yeah, no, they did not finish this game.
Like when you play Kingdom Valley, Kingdom Valley, I think for you is probably the worst experience you've ever had with the Sonic game.
It probably to this point, yeah. Like when I died in Sonic Forces, it was mostly my fault, even though the game is not great. It's just like I just got too eager. I was jumping around too much. I was not playing the game.
That's not your fault. The game just wouldn't. In several different ways, in the same instance.
It was just out here trying to get me. Yeah, no, but it was fun to talk about it while playing it. I think that was the saving grace. I wasn't playing it myself or by myself. And I feel like I probably would have given up on it forever ago if that was the case.
I remember.
Maybe longer, I think.
I remember the infamous Lightspeed dash trail over the bottomless pit of Kingdom Valley.
Oh yeah, didn't trust it. Just was like, no, this is gonna kill me. I know
you
that.
You got a game over twice.
Yeah, going down that little slope and then jumping over it, right? Where the little freaking the.
There was a little pole inside. I said, "Better be careful not to fall off here."
Right. Is that where the little tightrope is, where you're jumping up and down and trying to? Yeah. That was trash. That was a garbage experience. I was upset by it. That game stole my money, except I didn't spend very much on it.
My favorite part was when you Lightspeed dashed and Sonic activated it, and then he just stopped before he touched the rings and fell.
Oh yeah, no, that's that game was full of surprises. Many a surprise. And the end.
I remember when you got to the Kingdom Valley section and you're running on the wall. It's like, oh, I don't like this angle. It's a bad angle.
It was hard for me to justify. I was looking at it. I was like, I'm gonna get disoriented here. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
the game is.
I remember when you got to the end of the level, you just laughed in satisfaction. you were like, just end it already. Darn it, this level just doesn't quit.
Yeah, just keep going. It just no. Yeah, no. I think, like I said, the most fun I could glean from that experience was the discussion, and you were just basically standing there telling me about all the crazy crap, and then we're like, oh, that's new. Like, how are you seeing new things?
Yeah, right? You stood still when homing attacking the rail thing? I'd never seen that ever. Just
I've watched fail compilations. I've seen things about the game, but it was just like, oh, I got something for new. It was living out the true meaning of the Mario 64 iceberg theory, right? Where every gameplay experience is different. It's always something new. I can only imagine that the bug smashing session for that game obviously never happened, but if it did, they'd have been stuck doing Q&A for months. Or QA, not Q&A, QA.
Can you imagine
quality
if they
assurance.
had to do every single bug in that game and iron it out?
What'd you say?
Can you imagine if they went through every single bug that they found through playtesting and ironed it out?
I mean, that would have been
half the development time.
probably because it wasn't. Well, first of all, they weren't far enough in the game to release it, so it was they never got to the QA. And the QA they did was just enough to get it approved by Xbox, from my understanding, based on what Alex was telling us while we were playing it.
Reminded me, Sonic 06
I think we're done.
a few. Yeah. Yes.
I'm sorry, say again?
No, Sonic 06 as of a few days ago is now relisted on the Xbox store.
That's wild.
You can buy it now for $5.
That's a wilder price. But I guess, how much could you possibly imagine anyone was going to pay for it? I think I paid around that, maybe Maybe more, actually, because I got a physical copy of it. I do have a physical. I could play that game at any point. Not going to, but I could.
That's wild to me. Like, they relisted Sonic 06 on the Xbox store for anyone to just purchase again.
Can't get
Like,
Sonic Unleashed on PC, but we can get that on Xbox. Alright. Weird. Okay.
Like, no, and it's weird, too, because it's not backwards compatible with Series X. You need to have an Xbox 360 and go to Xbox Live to download it digitally.
Oh. Weird.
So they brought it back, but you can only buy it if you have an original 360.
That's crazy. We're gonna switch gears here. We're gonna move over to Speedy. I'm gonna start giving him a rig real quick.
It's kind of interesting though. It's only on Xbox, not
Yeah.
on PlayStation.
No, because PlayStation's like, why would we? No. I mean, I guess Xbox is just putting whatever they can on there. I don't know what the business practices of either company are, but Xbox.
I just find it weird that like it was removed, and for whatever reason, a few days ago, Sega decided we want to put this game on this platform again.
Interesting.
Like why? Like it's not. You're not making it backwards compatible with Series X. It's just stuck on the 360 like a really old console.
Yeah, because the 360, you can't even. Obviously you can still buy one, but its store is still open.
Yeah.
That is, well, I guess. Wow, that's longevity. I guess the Sony PlayStation 3 store is about to close soon, though, isn't it? It's not going to be open.
It was, and then they backed off on it.
Oh, they did. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. All right, so this is Speedy and Tails. I'm going to give Speedy.
Which makes me think the reason they would do that is because they're still making money somehow.
I mean, yeah, that's the reason. Like, yeah, that would be the reason. Let me do something for Speedy here. I'm gonna give him new eyeballs.
It makes me interested to think, like, why would Sega want Sonic 06 of all games to be relisted? Because, like, following 2010 or so, they delisted like every like Sonic game with a lower than average Metacritic score across all digital platforms. But as of a few days ago, they relist only Sonic 06.
Yeah, that is weird. I couldn't tell you. Maybe it's like a test. I don't know. See if anyone will buy it. Because they're the ones who made the decision, not Xbox.
There's some like intern at Sega that just put it up there, just
as a joke. It's like, hey, for the Sonic. Oh my goodness. It's like they're about to say that they're gonna move the release date of Sonic for Frontiers back. So they're gonna do a Nintendo and go like, but you could play, you know how they say you could play Skyward Sword instead. So you could play Sonic 06 instead. A lot of the ideas that we're developing for Sonic Frontiers were first perfected in Sonic 06 with the upgrade system and the special items to enhance gameplay.
Oh my god! You know what? That would kind of be genius.
You can play Sonic 06 again.
That's a
Sorry,
PR
what
stunt.
have you guys been talking about?
Oh, we're just talking about, Sonic 06 mostly, just Sonic games being re-released onto Xbox 360's marketplace, and we were just throwing stuff out there. What were we gonna say, Cryo?
No, I was gonna say like it's like that's an amazing PR stunt if they did that.
It's like one of those weird. Like, why would you do that? It's like, you see, we're just being smart. All right. So here we go. We're gonna make an eye texture for Speedy. I learned this method not too long ago, and I am super proud of it. Let's see if we can get it right. All right. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna call this Speedy Eye. Got my caps lock on accident. Let's see what people are saying. Nope, nothing. Great. Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. I'm making some eyes for Speedy. I'm just sort of going around doing some stuff. So L.
So,
Mm-hmm.
what? Like, okay, so I'm thinking here. You played Sonic Heroes. What do
Yeah.
you think of that game?
Sonic Heroes? I like Sonic Heroes. I played it a lot in college. It was just one of those things that you could get your hands on. Jump right into it. It was fun because I had never finished it when I was playing it in college, so I was enjoying it. And I was sitting on the couch talking to my friends while we were playing it. We were just having a good time playing the multiplayer, that kind of stuff. So I have good memories of Sonic Heroes. It was repetitive, but we got to talk about a bunch of other crap while we were playing it. So it was just like a thing that we were doing in the background while doing other stuff. I also played them. I played Half-Life 2 for them. They'd never seen it before, and it was really fun to kind of introduce them to that game.
And you're like, look at this awesome new video game.
This new video game. It just came out for the Xbox 360 or whatever was new at the time. I don't know. Back when I was in college.
It's so funny to think about stuff like that, like games that are such landmarks of like the genre. Just be like, check out this cool new game.
Check out this new cool new game. It's Mario Brothers. I've already forgotten how to actually do this. I feel dumb now. I just said I was gonna do this.
You prefer Half-Life to Portal?
I prefer Half-Life to what?
Portal.
Well, because they're two different types of games, right? Portal is a puzzler. It is a puzzle game. Half-Life has puzzles in it, but it's a shooter. Portal is the first-person perspective, but not a shooter. So it's like, I can't say I like one. I can say I like one more than the other. But the reasons I like them are different. But I do think I could jump into some Half-Life more readily than I could into Portal because, you know, while I've done everything in both games, you know, something about just turning off my brain and shooting zombies might just be more appealing to me than trying to go through a puzzle that I've played before. Because redoing puzzles is not fun for me. After the initial, I had to bend my brain to figure out how to do it, is over, it's just a thing like rote memorization at that point. Go ahead.
That's the thing. That's what I like about it. I like the ability to like go through this puzzle that once gave me a lot of like trouble and time and just go through it in like 2 minutes.
To each their own. You know, and it's like reading a book. There are very few books or very few movies that I go back to and watch again. I'm just that guy. I don't know. I'm not even saying that's not special. I'm just.
No, I get what you mean. No. Like it's like you know, for me, like Portal is almost like a soft, like speedrunner mentality.
Huh.
Where like, I want to be like what is it? Even like a GLaDOS thing, where it's like I'm able to like solve the puzzle where she introduces like the beam light, like the like laser.
Oh, hard light projector or the light bridge. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're able to solve it before, like her dialogue is finished.
Yeah. Oh, she speeds up her dialogue?
No, I'm saying like you're able to finish it before like the monologue is complete or like right.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Moving. Like the Portal games have an amazing flow to them. Like when it comes to like puzzles and stuff, and if you're able to do it fast, that game is like real. I mean, that's the thing with both Portal games. Like they're pretty short.
All right. Yeah, they're short. The other thing about Portal 2 is just like it had more set dressing, more set pieces in it than the first one did, which is of course to its benefit. I liked that. I like the Portal world for certain.
Or even like being able to do stuff like grab like the defective turrets or replace like the turret line thing before it even tells you to do that.
Like no, it's oops. I liked what Portal 2. I think I actually took a day off of school while I was in college just to play it when it came out. I legit just didn't go to my classes that day. It was crazy. But and I would just sat down and I played it and I was just like looking at all of the references and being like, this is great, this is so much fun. And it was. I enjoyed it.
No, Portal 2 is like an incredible game.
So like, yeah, I'm not coming from a place of kind of any kind of like, oh man, Portal 2's not great or as good as Half-Life. It's just, you know.
No, I just gravitate more towards Portal. Like, I tried Half-Life out a little bit. I don't not like it, but it's like one of those things where I just play and I'm like, it doesn't click with me. Portal does, like, a lot.
Yeah. And I do like a good puzzle game. I think they're probably my favorite things in games when they put a little puzzle in there and I can just sit there and scratch my head and be like, whoa, how do I figure this out?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't normally like that kind of stuff in games, but like Portal, I just love. like a lot. I don't know why. I don't know.
Very interesting. I want to. Man, that's why
I think a lot of it.
that's why I want to play another Zelda game.
I think a lot of it is probably like the character, like the world and like the traversal is really unique. There's one thing I love about games is the traversal. That's like my favorite thing in a game. If I can like move my character around and it's fun, that makes the game for me. I love that crap.
For any game involving adventure and moving around, it is like paramount that you're able to traverse well, unless it's like a game where you don't move. But yeah, I feel that. Musgrave, Tester, wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
If there's two things I value in a game, it's like fun traversal and like flow, like pace. I like games where I'm able to like keep moving without being interrupted by something. I think Portal scratches those two, which is really well.
Right. Circle.
Like, there's nothing I hate more in a game than forced elevator sequences.
Yeah. There's elevator sequences in Portal, but they're mostly just.
What do you mean forced? What is that? Forced elevator sequences? I mean,
No, I'm not talking. Like, here's the thing. Portal has a lot of that kind of stuff. But what it does do is during those sequences, you either get like a really quick like loading screen, like it's the end of the level thing, so it doesn't really matter. Or if they do have moments like that, it's using moments to establish character or story.
Just it's cutscene. So when you're saying
They're
elevators,
usually free.
Yeah.
Stuck somewhere listening to someone talk. while we're going
like they
through
actually
it.
will legit slow down the what's it called? The elevator sequence if a piece of dialogue from GLaDOS, because it might be important to the actual game progression. If you're going through the game too quickly, you get into the elevator before she's done talking, she'll keep talking while you're going through the thing, and then it'll go to the loading
Yeah,
screen.
no, like you beat the level, you go through the elevator, like it will not load the next area until GLaDOS' dialogue is finished.
Which should be a setting, probably, where you can be like, look, I'm just speedrunning
Yeah.
right now.
That makes sense, but yeah, maybe it should be a setting for someone who doesn't give a shit.
I mean, technically speaking.
It should be a setting at the beginning of the game called I Hate Stories. Just turn off all the dialogue. Just let me play the game.
Then what would that make the actual story sequences?
Oh, they wouldn't happen. You would just literally go from level to level, and there'd be just no context for anything. If there was a piece of, like, you know, equipment that was introduced into the game or a gameplay element, you just better figure it out. Or the game should be well...
Then what do they define as a puzzle? Because, like, a lot of the second half of the game doesn't take place in, like, puzzle rooms.
Oh, shoot. Well, you just show up in that area. The transition... Oh, right, because, like, Portal 2, when you leave the actual test area, it's when GLaDOS, like, tries to trick you into going into the poison room. I mean, that just happens. The door opens, and then another door opens, and you just have a choice, I guess. You can either go into the poison room...
I did do that the first time I played the game because I thought I would get something.
Right, and you probably got an achievement. Like,
Yeah.
Or like when you jump off after Wheatley asks you to, like, just jump into that pit, and you get a little achievement for jumping into the pit. And he's like, and he also some dialogue. He's like, oh, I didn't think you'd do that. Like, oh, neat. I like that kind of stuff, which is why I love that about Stanley Parable, because it was basically that was the whole game. It's just little things that you could do, and then you get special dialogue. That is the game loop, right? Just looking for ways to get the narrator to say something different.
Yeah, no, if there's anything that I love to do in a game, above all else, it's be able to be inventive and have the game tell me to do something.
Okay, I'm gonna have to open up another file.
And then like, a game tells me to do something, I'm like, no, I could probably do it in a different way, and then I dedicate myself an unnecessary amount of time to doing it the way I want to, instead of the way the game intends me to do so.
Game's like, well, you know. And when the game says yes instead of no, it's a pretty neat feeling.
I mean, that's why I love Breath of the Wild so much.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild is pretty great about that. I'm sure it's not intentional in every case, because some of that stuff is game-breaking, but it's just like...
Like, I love the fact that the game's able to be like, I don't care if you do it the intended way or not.
Yeah, because, like, we only gave you one objective. You can do nothing else. You can do anything else you want, but there's only one thing that you really have to do to finish the game. And we've made it in such a way that it should be impossible for you to do it, but it isn't, technically. You could find a way around that. and people have.
I mean, people can launch yourself halfway across the map with a rock.
I do like watching that. I like seeing the game pop in like, you are not supposed to be going this fast. What are you doing? I just like, I have to load it. It's
You
great.
know what I can't wait to see Breath of the Wild 2? They have like loading zones for like the sky and like the ground below, and you're gonna see people fly over the map and either A, travel to them by like going high enough to enter the loading zone, or 2, you're gonna see them like go really far across the map and reach like the low poly versions of the sky.
Oh yeah, no. This is gonna be one of those things. I'm not gonna watch any speed runs, of course, until I've actually finished it myself. Or maybe I will once I've gotten into it. See how much story there is.
I'm not watching anything of Breath of the Wild 2 until I...
You're not even playing regular Breath of the Wild. I heard you were telling me that. You're like, look, I want to be fresh for the event.
Yeah.
Now that's probably less necessary because you do have like a whole extra year to wait. But you know, good on you. I do want to, man. Go ahead.
That's the thing about Breath of the Wild. It is such a magical, unique experience that I wish I could erase from my memory and play all over again.
Right. Wish you could just like, look, I don't remember playing it. I want to play it, feel like it's the first time again. No, I feel that. And I guess I can get that out of, what's it called? Not exactly, but I can still get that feeling of newness from, what's it called? Wind Waker, because I haven't finished it before. It's obviously not the same type of game, and it's not really open world. It's just a bunch of levels in the water. But it is, you know, I do want to play a new Zelda experience. I am actively interested in doing that. I just want to play some Zelda.
They should re-release Twilight Princess. Oh. And like,
they should. I played that one, and I like it, but I want to try. I guess I could just go and buy it when I get the chance. Majora's Mask. I'm gonna get Ocarina of Time. I know that they probably don't necessarily have that much to do with each other, but I want to play them in order.
Here's the thing. If you feel I played Majora's Mask first, and I love that game. But if you feel as though Majora's Mask would be intimidating, I would recommend you play Ocarina of Time first so you can get familiarized with the game mechanics and all that kind of stuff.
There. Yeah, no, I'm thinking that seems like a good idea. Just because I want to just sort of ease my way into it. And I just want to try it, you know? I mean, I played it when I was a little child. Me and my sisters. We were scared of the game, though, because of the spider. Or I was. I don't know if my sisters were. They were just... The Goma. Yeah, the parasitic spider. It scared the crap out of me. I hated it. I couldn't finish it. The things were scary for me, and I was like, no, and I didn't play it. Man, now I'm an adult, and I will play it, even if it's scary. I want to play a Zelda game with scary crap in it. That just seems like a part of the charm.
I mean, no. If you want that, you play Majora's Mask.
Oh, yeah, right.
That game's freaky. That game's...
Well, I'm excited to try it. I'm thinking I'm getting a paycheck coming up at the end of the week. I'm probably gonna pick something up like that on my Wii U if it's available. Should be. Because they just refuse to put it on the Switch.
Like, Majora's Mask is one of those games that's just like, what do you mean it's on the Switch if you pay for Nintendo Switch Online?
I don't wanna. I want to just give it. Let me buy it. Like, no, pay us monthly. I just want to buy the game.
I'm not paying $50 for Majora's Mask.
Because that's all I'm gonna play of that service, and you know it. They're like a freaking gym membership, but for video games. I don't need that much access to games.
Man,
I don't play that many.
Do the same thing. Like, just let me buy old games. Jeez.
Can I just have that?
What is it though? Like, I think of Majora's Mask is one of those games where it's like, the beginning of the game is the worst part of the whole thing, and it's not even bad. Like, it's just.
That's how I feel about Twilight Princess. Go ahead.
It's one of those things where the beginning of the game is only long because of the time. Because you can do every single thing almost that you can do in that first 3-day cycle that you have to wait through in like a day and a half.
Interesting.
So then by the time you reach like, what is it, like the point where you're at, where you've done everything you need to, you just like kind of are waiting there for a solid like maybe 10-15 minutes.
Huh.
Like just being like, all right, I gotta wait for the moon to fall now.
Time for moon. Odd.
I mean, you could go around and talk to the NPCs and stuff. That can help. You get familiarized with side quests because practically every single side character has a side quest.
That's pretty neat.
That's another thing that I like about Majora's Mask is its openness. Like, it's a linear game, but like there's so many like offshoots of things that you can do in the side quest like realm, where you can just do anything in any order you want. Like, you could be like, you know, this for next 3-day cycle, I want to tackle like this dungeon, or it's like, you know, I want to do like these side quests. I don't really want to do a dungeon right now. I'm gonna focus on side quests and like collectibles and stuff right now, and then I'll do the dungeon later.
Huh. Yeah.
It's a game all about time management.
Ooh, that's gonna be really hard for me.
Yeah, that's a lot of the reasons why I don't like it.
It's like, oh no, I have to. Ooh.
I have to manage time.
My time?
Yeah, that's one of like my least good skills.
It's
Well,
my worst.
shouldn't you build the skill? No.
No, I'm not gonna
Make it
change.
better?
What the what? We think I'm just gonna be a better person?
Totally.
Make it better?
Here's
No.
Here's the difference between the game and your real life. If you time manage in your life, you just get to live and have money. If you time manage in the game, you get a magical sword.
Oh, well, say no more, right? Let's see, you're spherical. I want spherical. Yeah, I do. And I want Factor. Just changes
It is
that.
fun though. Like honestly, after playing Majora's Mask, I find Ocarina of Time like it's still a fun game, but it feels like a blueprint.
Huh. A blueprint, you say? Like, I guess what, for something later? I can dig
Yeah.
that.
Like Ocarina of Time is a very different game to Majora's Mask, but like Majora's Mask just fleshes out like there's less dungeons in Majora's Mask.
Huh.
But they took what they learned from Ocarina of Time and made each one of those dungeons the best in the entire franchise.
Interesting. Yeah.
Like, Majora's Mask has, like, easily some of, if not the best dungeons in all of 3D Zelda.
That's high praise. Best? Oh, well, that's exciting.
Dungeons.
No, you're saying...
They are all good. Except for one of them.
Oh, was that, what, the water temple? I hear bad things.
It's not the best. It's better. Well, it's not the best. It's not the best.
Okay, well, you know, being honest about our opinions here. Let's see.
It's like you get one dungeon that's like really tedious, and then the other 3 are like the best in the whole franchise. Like weird ratio.
Yeah, no, that is odd. Let me do something real quick. I'm gonna delete
I mean,
this.
I'm of the opinion that the water temple just isn't that bad. I don't think it's like people say it's the worst thing ever. I think it's like one of the more straightforward dungeons in the game. Like it's very linear.
Okay. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. Ooh, so you're gonna make eyes move and stuff? We're gonna give it a shot. Yeah. So what I plan to do is make a rig for Speedy, which I still can do. I plan on doing that. But I'm gonna make an eye texture. So Tails, like just to explain myself, uses textures that I got from somebody else. Friend of mine on Twitter and that kind of stuff. It's a big, complicated map and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know how to make textures. I'm gonna make some eye textures for Speedy, entirely using shaders, no text or images, or like, you know, no actual picture being drawn. I'm gonna see if I can convert that over to Unity at a later date, but I think it's just a better way of making eyes because it allows me to be more flexible with the way they actually look. Like, if we wanted character eyes to dilate, like Tails is surprised, we could actually dial that in and control it. Obviously, getting that to work in Unity will be another story, but it's made out of shader graph nodes, and Unity has a node graph equivalent inside of it. I just need to learn how to use it. So if we can do that there, I can do that here, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it's just what I'm thinking about doing. And also, I want to make some eyes for Speedy that look better than the ones that he has. Anyway, that's to answer your question, PJ Squared. Sorry. Go ahead, Crow. I'm sorry, I cut you off. I just
No,
want
I'm
to answer.
thinking about like my least favorite Zelda game is obviously Skyward Sword. I don't like it.
I still haven't played it, and I don't like because of you guys talking about it. I don't feel any urgency to play it. Like I'm like it probably isn't very good if people just seem to hate
not
it.
bad. I just don't like it at all.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's crazy looking.
It just
All
really it just really depends on what you're looking for in Zelda. Like if you don't care about like really complex like puzzles or like.
Now you're saying they're not complex, right? Is what you're saying?
The game is very linear. Very, like...
Oh.
Go through the dungeon, go on the path, use the items, complete the challenges, like...
That feels kind of... Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't like that. That's not exactly what I'm looking for in a Zelda game. I do want my Zelda experience to be kind of more challenging and kind of like, man, I can't believe I got through that sort of type of thing. Maybe, like, sure, it's not that hard, but... You know, you feel like it was really an experience getting through it. I want that. Give me that.
Like Skyward Sword is one of those games where, and also the motion controls I hate. I
you
hate
don't?
them so much. They are so bad. I don't like them. People say they don't have problems. They're lying. I don't believe them.
You don't believe them?
No. It's...
Oh boy, serious.
But
then.
also, no, it's not true.
Wow,
It's like
that
I
was
just can't stand it. It's like before you fight every boss, you get a dungeon key. But unlike every other Zelda game, where you just have the dungeon key and then use it on the door, by pressing a button, and then you fight the boss. Every dungeon key is like this weird, crazy, like puzzle shape that you need to like fit into a hole using a motion control, like a Wii remote, to like move it around its like multiple axes to like fit in the hole. Like,
oh, that's wait. Oh, and you have to move it with your controller. I can see that being a real problem. Let's do something real quick. Let's just grab all the tails.
and the thing about Skyward Sword is that like it is all motion controls. That game does not use that many buttons.
Oh, what the? Oh wait, they're not all movable. There are no buttons?
I mean, there are, but 90% of the game is just motion controls.
I don't love that. I don't love the, because it's just like, I don't want to stand up to play my games. I'm sorry, I'm lazy. I'm old school, I'm old fashioned.
Stand up. You just need to focus on the sensor button.
Ugh. The game designed to make me look for ways to cheat it. That looks better for his eye shape there. Ah, cool. Yeah. I'm gonna keep running this thing until I don't know what I'm gonna do. I wanted to do the eyes. They're not super important. I could. We'll do it. We'll do it. I'm gonna reference my other model.
Have you ever played any of the Spider-Man games outside of the PS4 one?
Speedrunning game?
No, have you ever played any of the Spider-Man games outside of the PS4?
I haven't. I played it because I had like this thing called GameFly, or where you could rent
Oh my
video
God,
games.
GameFly. Apparently, that's still a thing.
Which is cool that they still exist. It's just like, wow, how are you doing this in the era of streaming? What are you doing? Where's your market at? Like, there's some game services that make some sense. They're like, they're a little bit sort of like kind of wonky because they're based on your internet connection, but you can connect to a gaming PC via the network so you can play it on a server. But GameFly sending you video games for you to play is kind of like, well, I guess.
I think GameFly is probably like Toys R Us, where it's just barely alive.
Maybe. Or maybe it's the idea of I don't want to buy games. I want to have a console, but I don't want to own anything. I just want to rent games on a list. I don't want to have to commit, because there are no demos anymore. They don't make those really available like they used to.
Maybe there are people that are just really stubborn about getting physical games and like.
But you could go and buy one at a store. It's not like you can't. Like,
Maybe
they wanted to get a demo, but they're really stubborn about physical copies. So they're just like, and we don't have a lot of storage, because most of these consoles don't have storage to hold the games on them anymore. No, I can see there being a use case if you just don't want to commit to getting a gaming PC, you have a console, and you just want to play those games, but you don't want to own them. Maybe you're like,
like a very specific.
It's very niche. I don't. This is a very interesting person. I want to play all the games, but I don't want to own any of them, and I don't want to I don't want to pirate them. I want to get them legally. And obviously, you can't get a physical copy pirated anyway, because I guess you could burn it onto your disc, but you don't have that set up. You're not okay. So your GameFly subscriber, you're not a sophisticated individual. So you don't necessarily know about pirating games and then burning them onto a disc and then playing them onto your console.
Just assume the GameFly subscriber is an idiot.
I didn't say an idiot. I just said not sophisticated. It was a euphemism, or not a euphemism. I just didn't want to say it out loud.
How stupid they were.
But no, like the I don't know what the core demographic is at all, but it's an interesting idea. That
it's people that haven't moved on.
They haven't moved on, but they did buy the most recent consoles, I guess, or they just have all the consoles, but they don't want to buy games.
You don't need to buy the most recent consoles. What are you talking about?
Maybe you're a grandparent, your kids are coming out. No, that seems even dumber. You just go, you can't go rent them. There's no rental stores. There's no red box for video games, I don't think, right?
I do think no. I don't. I mean, that's technically what like Game Pass or something is. Maybe I know that's a subscription.
You need to buy a subscription. You want a physical game. There's no way to go to a store and rent a game. You have to buy it. So
like a program, like a game.
I think GameFly might still be in market simply because they're the only people left doing what they do. Like, there's no other way to do it. There's no there's GameStop. There's no what's it called? Freaking Hollywood Video or whatever you guys might have Blockbuster Movies or a place to go to rent games. There's no other place to go and get things physically if you want to get them physically without buying it.
There is probably like a good chunk of people, like a market out there for people that just like to rent stuff and then get done with it, and then they don't want to own it or like keep it around or.
Yeah, just send it back. We're done. We wanted to play it, and it just sends us a selection of games every month or whatever.
It's like people that go to see movies. They don't buy movies on DVD or anything. They just go out and see the movie when it's open in theaters, and then just don't do it again.
Right. And back when there was such Redbox people. I know my mom and her husband, they get the they got the Redbox. They go get the DVDs and stuff if they want to just see something real quick. They see it looks interesting, they go and buy it. Not buy it, they rent it.
I actually thought about this before. It's like, why aren't renting games more of an ever thing? Even at least on like a digital marketplace.
You'd think that they would be, right? You don't know if you want to buy it?
Because movies and games aren't that dissimilar in terms of how they're distributed. It's like, why can't we just rent a game?
It seems like it'd be perfect for consoles, because, yeah, PC, they'd probably find some way to steal it if they rented it, right? But on a console, you don't really have any kind of control over it, so if you could rent it then, and then it's like just a rental period, send it back. Is that not what Game Pass does? It doesn't.
It's not, well...
Some games were available a certain amount of time, but they're not, like, directly sent to you.
Like, if they do, like a streaming kind of a thing, games, and, like, renting them, nobody likes streaming games, but it's, like, the idea of, like, if it was, like, a Xbox, or, like, PlayStation Store thing, where you could only play the game on that service, somehow, like how, if you rent a movie off of YouTube, you can only see it on YouTube kind of a thing. You can't, like, rip the movie anywhere. I mean, you can.
I mean, yeah, you definitely can. There's always ways around stuff, but that looks okay for his eyes. I'm not sure. Put this in front real quick. Yeah, no.
Like, how often do you think you would rent games if that was an option? Like, if Sonic Frontiers comes out and instead of buying it,
I'd rent it first, definitely. If I mean. But I guess the thing about digital rentals is, like, you're just giving people access for a short amount of time. And what, I don't know, in my brain, it's like, what's the point of doing that? Because, like...
I mean, think about how many movies you rent.
Right, it's less money, but you would probably make more of it because more people would just be renting it. Or, if I rented it one time, and then, like, I'm like, I didn't really want to buy it, but let me rent it again, play it again, see how far I can get. Or, like, it's like, you know, you're a parent and you don't necessarily want to buy a game, but, you know, you're like, I want to get this game for my kid so they can try it out, or I want to see if it's any good and maybe see how I feel about it. I get to try it. I've given the company some money. The sales, the individual sales won't be that high, but the rental sales will be more frequent because they're less money, so more people will buy it.
That's the whole point of the rental. That's why it exists, yeah.
Yeah, it makes way more money. So, I don't know. Maybe I can't imagine the infrastructure is that difficult. And it's perfect for people who don't have a lot of storage space.
Yeah, like right now.
Yeah. Like, I could rent a game. I could play it for a little bit until I'm done playing it or I'm tired of playing it.
How many people would be renting games off their Switch?
Oh my goodness, right? You barely have any storage on your Switch. It would be like the preferred way to play games. Like, I got the Kirby game. I'm going to play it until I'm done with it. And, of course, that's the thing. What happens when people just start finishing your game and then they never buy it? But who cares? Who cares about those guys?
I mean, movies are...
Yeah, they stop watching it and then it's it.
Games are bigger, but still, people would rent stuff. Like, if you could pay, and also, like, if you could pay for a game that's, like 4 hours long, and, like, buy it for, like, $20, like,
right.
Or rent it for, like, $20 as opposed to 60 or something, like, people would do that.
Yeah,
like,
you're not wrong. They would. Like, there's there's definitely a market for it.
That's probably how I would play any Sonic game if I decided to play them.
Yeah, just like, you know, on a whim, I'll pay $5. I'll pay $10 for a rental period or whatever of about, a week? Because, you know, it's finite, but I don't necessarily plan on I just want to see what it's like, you know? And I want to play through it, of course.
You got, like, your large, big, like, RPG scale games. Like, how do you make it...
Oh, like Elden Ring or that kind of stuff. You'd have to have, like, a save file so that you could rent it again. Because, like... Well, that's not undoable, right? Because when you would rent a physical copy of a video game and you had a memory card, you could keep a copy of the game file.
Yeah, no,
like,
it wouldn't be different from that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be any different. You could play Elden Ring, right?
You could just have your save file on your console for if you ever decided to rent it again and pick it back up.
Yeah, exactly. That wouldn't be a problem. I think this is almost a console exclusive thing, but yeah, like it would make sense for consoles, especially ones with small storage.
PC, you need to download it onto the thing. That's how games work.
What'd you say?
Because on PC, you need to download the game. With games, you need to download them onto a hard drive.
Yeah, I mean they're still downloaded onto a hard drive even on a console, but the likelihood that you'll be able to sort of it's much more closed off, right? It's every game console is more or less a closed ecosystem. It's not connected.
I mean, to be honest though, if they were worried about that, they could probably program something around that so you can't do it. You know?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they got those online measures that everyone hates.
Steam.
That's true. Steam has anti-piracy measures, but I don't know. I feel like it could work on computers. I just feel like it would work best for consoles. That's just in my brain, just because of the difficulty with which you would have, like, the things you'd have to know to rip the console version of the game.
You need to use a lot of, like,
firewalls. You gotta get, like, special kits. You gotta have, like, a jailbroken version of your system. Like, it's way harder, I think. Because PCs are more or less, even though Windows is not open source, there's so many people who know how to develop for the platform. There's no way that thing wouldn't get hacked. You make it available on PC.
Yeah, no, like PC stuff. I literally just downloaded Sonic Mania yesterday off a Google Drive link.
Huh. They put freaking Sonic Heroes on the hang on. They put Sonic Heroes on I found it on YouTube link, you know? Completely legal. They used to sell it. It's just they don't sell it anymore. I don't know if it's completely legal. That's probably not true. But, you know.
I mean, it's always a gray area, but it's that gray area that no one cares about. So.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's the thing with game companies. So long as it doesn't affect whatever they're doing directly, they don't care. So it's like that sort of thought of, like, Sega would probably care more about, like, fan games and stuff like that if people started paying attention more to fan games than the official.
If it affected their bottom line, if Sega was losing money because the video games that were being made by the fans were so much better than the stuff that they were doing, they'd be like, excuse me. Hold on, hang on. Now, wait a minute. What are you doing?
I mean, honestly, they reached that point with me, so maybe it's gonna start to spread. It's the beginning of the end.
The beginning of the end of the you can pretty much do whatever you want era.
It's like Sega wasn't good enough, so we just
Yeah. Wait. No, I don't want this. I want a mixed color.
I mean, honestly, if I knew about like Sonic 2 Absolute and Sonic 1 Forever and stuff before this collection came out, probably wouldn't have bought it.
Oh.
I've been playing those widescreen versions of those games on my PC for like a while now, and they're probably going to be better than the official version. I have no reason to believe that they won't, because mods are a thing, and anything that collection does could just be done with this. I remember like the day the Sonic Origins trailer came out, there was a mod for Sonic 1 Absolute, or Sonic 1 Forever, the widescreen Sonic 1 fan thing. There was a mod that just replaced your life icon with the coins icon.
Huh. Hang on.
And there's already a setting that disables lives.
Sweet. Wait a minute, what did I just plug that into? That ain't right. I messed that up.
Are you excited to play Sonic Origins story mode?
I mean, I might buy Origins just because I haven't played all the games that are available there, but the story mode is a,
You haven't?
I haven't played Sonic, CD.
Oh.
Played 1 through 3. But I'm not gonna buy it immediately, I'm probably gonna wait. I really don't. Like, I'm not excited for Origins like that, just because it's like, it'll be there. Yeah, it'll probably be not $40 by the end of maybe middle of next year, maybe the end of it. Be like $20.
It probably won't be $40 in the next like 3 months.
I wonder if that'll have anything to do with the release of the new game. They'll be like, "Hey, we want you to buy Frontiers and this." I feel like Frontiers, they're gonna definitely shoot for a $60 game though. I hope.
I mean, there's a listing
that denotes quality.
$80.
Is that the deluxe version?
Maybe.
I hope so, unless they're like, no, $80, you're gonna pay that. Like, I'm sorry. In what universe do you think we live in? The universe where Sonic games are good? Because I haven't arrived there yet. Wait a minute. Yeah, I got colors. Okay.
It's like Sonic Frontier. Man, if they have the balls to make that thing like $70.
Yeah, it's wild. A wild concept.
Would you buy that?
The game being $70.
$70. No, $70 Sonic Frontiers. Would you buy that?
I don't. Hang on. Sorry, a little bit. I'm a little. No, I feel like that's too much. Unless the game looks like it'll just be a game that I really want to play. And I don't think that I'm gonna necessarily shell out $70. Now, of course, the alternative is what? It's like $60 normally. What? Or, because I'm sure it's gonna be more than $50. Huh. Because at $60, I don't mind buying it. What's 10 extra bucks? But of course, I expect $60, and I think the $70 makes me think that it's supposed to be super great. Like, oh, you're selling me something special for $70, even though that's what the games are going to be.
I mean, here's the thing about game prices, that they're inflated as hell.
Well, of course. But,
yeah, they don't need to be $60 in the first
I was surprised that they released Forces for what they did. I'm like, $40? That's like... Why? I guess they didn't trust in it. I'm interested in trying out the game, so I'll probably just pay whatever it costs.
If you paid $60 for Sonic Forces, how would you feel?
Yeah.
That's a whole $20. Do you know how long you could live off of that? at least 3 days of McDonald's food.
3 days of McDonald's food? What am I buying? The 2 for 2? The two cheeseburgers? The $2.19?
Yeah.
That's like all I can afford over there. On $20, because like their regular menu stuff gets expensive. Well, no, I guess I could have apple pies. I like the apple pies, or the strawberry cream pie. I like those. I want a strawberry cream pie.
How many meals could you eat at a McDonald's for the price of one steak versus?
For what? Well, it depends. Oh, so $40.
Yeah.
Probably enough to get myself really sick.
Yeah.
I've never eaten that. McDonald's is a snack. It's a treat. I don't go to McDonald's like ever. I don't usually go out to eat anyway. I usually buy food and take it home and cook it. But the thing is, like, and that's not like, look at me, I'm so cool. But no, it's just I like having leftovers, and McDonald's does not provide any leftovers from McDonald's. Are not worth eating. The fries turn into rocks. The apple pies turn into cookies, which still worth eating kind of sometimes. If it ain't hot, it's not food anymore from them.
My favorite thing about McDonald's food and preservation is that there's like a group of like French fries there, like somewhere. It's like Iceland, Scotland, somewhere. I forget where. But it's a group of it's like a little container of McDonald's French fries that's been preserved for years.
Huh.
Just because it's been kept away, like it's literally in a glass box, like it's a little like museum like little thing, and as long as it's kept away from most of the elements, it will never age. None of their food.
Well, that's a little gross, but you know what? That's making D's for you.
Yeah, they had to like prop up how they displayed the thing because people were eating fries.
Like we did this special, alright? This is not how we make the fries usually. It's like, are you sure?
I mean, it's improved. Like that piece of McDonald's was like those fries have been sitting there for literal years, like years. And people ate them, no ill health effects. It just tasted like any McDonald's fry. It was nothing.
Interesting.
But they had to like prop up that because people were eating the fries. Because like, a part of me, I wouldn't do it, but like a part of me is like, yeah, I can understand why somebody would think that. Because when else are you gonna get the opportunity to say that you ate the forbidden fry?
The forbidden fry. And I live to tell the tale. Oh, no. This looks like a Sunset Boulevard situation. I actually died. You did not survive the fry.
I remember hearing a story of somebody that went to a different country, and the McDonald's prices there were different because of obviously like conversion rates. And he was able to get like a box of 50 nuggets for like $2, like a buck or two.
Crazy.
So you just buy like 100 nuggets.
That's too many nuggets. Who needs? First of all, they'll all be cold by the time you're done. Like you won't get to eat them all hot unless you're just like eating them fast. And who eats the nuggets fast? I don't know. That's seems a little wrong to me. Okay, let's see here. Ah, cool. I hear you can cook a little bit, sometimes. You're thrifty, smart. Mookie D's is junk food full of addictive chemicals. It's all fast food is, actually. Eat it occasionally. Yeah, no, I eat it occasionally. Like, look, man, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'll never eat any. Sometimes I don't have time to cook my own food. I'm not at home.
And sometimes you're just hungry, man.
And I'm hungry, and I didn't think to bring any food from home to work because I don't have any Tupperware. I do have Tupperware, I just don't trust it in my backpack. I know that stuff's gonna pop open, and I'm just have a mess. It's just no good.
Though, if it's between like McDonald's immediately, I usually like to think like, okay, do I want McDonald's immediately, or do I want to wait like a while long so I can buy something more expensive and get like a sub?
Yeah, no, it's a feeling. You're like, oh man, I could wait and buy something else. It'll be better for me, and it'll probably taste better. Or do I want to just immediately satisfy the hunger with some sugar from McDonald's?
I'm actually thinking about that right now. Like, what is like the difference between like buying like like your average pizza and like a McDonald's meal?
Like depends on if like average pizza. You're not talking about like a specialty good pizza. Well, I don't know. It's definitely gonna have something to do with the type of food, the amount of food you get. You know, your average pizza costs. Well, I'm thinking my brain goes to Domino's immediately. I know it's unacceptable for you New Yorkers.
Maybe like your average pizza is like.
Depending on the size, no coupons, like $8-10. Your average thing, if you're gonna get anything good from McDonald's, is gonna be about around that same price. Pizza's not fast food unless you're buying it at the place. And usually I order pizza. Usually doesn't come that quickly. Huh?
Everyone orders pizza.
Oh no, there's this place called Wise Guys.
Usually when
There's this place called Wise Guys. It's just like not too far. It's a franchise place, but it's really, really good pizza. Right across from where I work, and I just walk into that place. Obviously, you can order it, but you know, I'm right there.
Like, what I prefer to do, what my family normally does, is we just order pizza and then go to like pick it up because like
it's cheaper.
Pay the extra dollars.
Yeah, it's cheaper to go and pick it up yourself. I used to do that when I was beginning of the pandemic. I had my own bike, and my bike had a wagon on it. And I would just go to my local Domino's after I bought some and just put that into my wagon, ride it back home. That was close. I guess there was a Papa John's. I just never felt. I guess I'm just used to Domino's. When I was a little kid, growing up in California, we would order Domino's on family nights. It's got that nostalgia factor working for it. I just want Domino's.
In my mind, like
also, there's more of them.
Anything that's not like a local pizzeria. Like in a town, like a specified thing, like I just don't like. I like a catered like pizza place. It's like that kind of like, oh, it's like in this area. You usually get like those pizzerias that's like named after wherever you are, like that kind of thing, like a local place. I love that.
Third Street Pizza.
Anything that's like Pizza Hut or like Papa John's.
Pizza Hut's garbage.
Never liked any of their stuff. Like it's just not the same thing.
It certainly isn't the same thing. I just don't. I'm like. I don't mind it, but
like franchise pizzerias, I just don't like. Most of the time, I just don't like their food.
Yeah, it's definitely because of the franchise. It's lower quality than us, like, because there's not 1,200 of them when you go to the kind of like the mom and pop shop, but the I don't know. This is the accessibility, and also there weren't a lot of pizza places back where I was from that were just like not a franchise. Like, there were pizza places, but they were usually franchised. There was Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, Domino's.
That's weird to me.
But
weird to me because
my mind, I can't think of any places that were just specialty pizza shops. There probably were.
Because like in my area, there's like a specialty like local independent like pizzeria like everywhere. They're all over the place.
I'll have to look and see. Won't matter if you make sandwiches, though. Popping open in your backpack. Nope, that's true. That's true. PJ squared. If I made sandwiches, that would be. I just don't like spending time making sandwiches.
Unless you made like a sub or something.
Takes some time. I have to buy all the pieces to the sandwich. Not that that's a problem. It's not inconvenient. I mean,
I have to buy all these ingredients.
I gotta buy bread.
Dang it.
And then I gotta buy freaking what else goes on a sandwich? Cheese.
What kind of bread do you want? Do you want to go for a? Do you want to go for a Sonic Forces or a Sonic 06?
Sonic. Oh, right. Wait, Sonic 06 was matzah. I'd never make a sandwich out of matzah. I think that was Sonic 06. Yeah, flavorless.
And
but
Sonic Forces was just the big bread.
Oh, it was yeast, right? But the bread, of course. You got the cheese, you get the meats if you do the meats, and I like to put lettuce in my sandwiches and tomatoes and stuff like that. All of those things are super perishable, and you better make sandwiches every day, and I don't always feel like doing that, and then I forget I have the ingredients, and then they just go bad in my fridge. That's a different problem.
Do you normally eat like wheat bread? Like a respecting person?
Yeah, I like wheat bread. I like the way it tastes better. I like to get the 7 grain. I don't know if that matters or not. They put the grains on the outside of the bread, so it probably doesn't. But I like those little 7 grain wheat bread things. Those wide ones, like, ooh. I can go for a sandwich.
Like, wheat bread is
I'm hungry.
Like like wheat bread is just better as long as you know what you're looking for. Like it's just generally healthier too.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. White bread is not good for you. And also, I don't like the way it tastes. It's too. It's soft, and it just gets mixed. Like if you put it on PB&J, it's like a part of the PB&J. It just like melds into it. Yeah, it's like I don't necessarily. I'm not into it. But yeah, no, the wheat bread definitely. Maybe potato bread sometimes. I like it. I love potato bread for my hot dogs, for buns. I don't know what it is about potato bread, but potato bread, hot dog buns, or buns for hot dogs, whatever, is delicious. Hot dogs are a thing that you can get for pretty low price. Is Speed's latest successfully a spoiler? It is not, Fractor, because of where it shows up in the game. We've decided that pretty much everything in Region 1 is not spoilers. Unless, I guess we decided differently. But I was just thinking we should be fine. I
mean, the story bits are spoilers, right?
Well, yeah, but Speedy's accessory, like, sword? Not really.
Okay.
He's gonna have one. We released that. In fact, we've already put that on Twitter. But he has one. Like, that's a picture that we released. So, like, I feel like we should be fine.
You guys have talked about what you guys consider spoilers, right? Like a hard line?
Yeah, usually, like super, like, you know, plot-related stuff. Things that are, like, the character motivations can be pretty simple and on the surface. I feel like if it's okay to put in the character bio, it should be okay to talk about. We've only written one character bio so far. I hope the next one we do is for Speedy, but it doesn't really matter. It really depends on when we get the artwork, because you guys can write those at any time.
I mean, here's the thing, Rollis. If you want a Speedy thing done, and you hope that it's Speedy, you get somebody to draw Speedy. And then
no, I'm gambling on this. No, I don't like being in charge. I just let people just run over me and tell me what they want. And, no, I'm gonna definitely assign somebody. I think we're gonna give it to Yaiko. After he's done with what do I currently have him working on? Okur? No, Shield. Tales of Shield. Right.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a little bit of a spoiler. Okay, so that would be a spoiler, the entire story of the Shield, but the Shield itself is not a spoiler. So yeah, there's a line. And certain things we do want to kind of keep under wraps.
No, it's basically like specifics about the plot.
Yeah, specifically about the plot, certain things that we haven't shown yet. But, like, we can have discussions about these things. We can talk about this offline and really line up, like, what is and is not spoilery. We can do that. Oh, I have a meeting tonight with the directors. That's right. I need to get ready for that. So I'm probably going to cut this off in 30 minutes. Get ready for that.
Say, like, get ready for that. It makes me put, like, you know, so you're gonna get dressed up in like a little suit.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get my my tuxedo. I'm gonna get my little get my cufflinks. I'm gonna like really get dolled up.
I like the idea of the director's meeting being you guys, but you turn on your webcams and then he's like you gotta look all professional, get some good lighting.
No, I'm gonna get all dressed up and not turn on my webcam. That was the joke I was heading for. Just it would all be text anyway. It's really just how I feel when I'm talking to people. That's most important. Let's take a look at this.
Was like sharing with me a whole bunch of personality type videos, and there was one of them that was like the different personality types of Myers-Briggs thing, and of them what is it, confessing their crush, and then when it got to the IMDb, it was just them confessing the Discord chat.
Discord chat, just don't want to meet anyone in person ever. I've just been like talking to people and then.
Wait, Discord? I'm so sorry, I missed a little bit of that. You're confessing in Discord chat?
Yeah, that's the joke. Yeah, like not in person or anything. We've just been talking online and that's it.
Oh,
which is I've literally done that, which is why it was funny.
I see.
Although it didn't turn out to be a man or anything, so that's lucky enough.
Right. Well, I don't know, man. It's one of those things where, like, you know, you want to engage with people, and then at some point you do want to have your own private life going on, and not necessarily mix all of it together. It really depends, I suppose, on the person.
Yeah, no, I'm one of those people that like I love talking to people like so much, but if I just keep doing that, it just wears me out. Like I need time to just like be separated from just people and be alone with my own thoughts.
All
Otherwise,
same. Sometimes some of the reasons why I'm not always on Discord. I used to be on here all the time. Just that was my freaking life.
You're thinking about like all these different types of people and like what they need to do and like what your plans are and stuff like that. You just want to be alone with your own thoughts and just like breathe. Just like
I just want some time to just like not be talking to anybody. Cause yeah, it's draining in its own way. It's not like sometimes. Oh my goodness, the worst parts is when I feel like it's work and it's like, man, that's what I want to avoid because I want to be sort of fresh for the project and that kind of stuff. And then sometimes it feels like
focusing on work stuff, it makes it feel like grinding, like you're forcing yourself into stuff.
Yeah, and I don't even have to get the benefit of being paid for any of this. I'm just sort of on here. But
yeah, no, and if you're doing something like this, you want to make sure that you want to do it. Otherwise, you're just like, ugh.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I like to do the longer streams. I like to do the like we're hanging out, and we're talking, we're doing stuff, and I really, really appreciate it when there's like back and forth discussion, and we're working on the game and that kind of thing. And I really, part of it is as director, it's my job to foster that environment. But then also, I don't like that responsibility, and I just want to be by myself. So, it's a thing.
Think you're an INFP, Rodolith. Have you ever taken one of those tests before?
I have heard of the test. What is this like a?
Oh, you should take it. I want to know what you are.
Okay, what is this like a personality?
Yeah.
Introversion, extroversion type of thing.
Yep. Yep. It only takes like 10 minutes. It's fun.
Yeah, I might do that at some point.
Do it now. Oh wait, you're working.
I'm working on the stream. And after this,
stop your work of the game and do this.
You know what I could do?
Yes.
I could ask you questions on the stream and we could do it.
Yeah, boy.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to do that?
Are they super personal questions?
No.
No, not like super personal. It's literally just like a series of like questions where it's like do you strongly agree? Do you strongly disagree? Middle, soft, or just right in the middle?
Is the monkey a spoiler? That's an interesting question, Fractor. He shouldn't be.
Is he a spoiler?
No.
I mean, no. You guys have talked about him.
No, he's not. I don't think so. Because
you guys talked about him on the stream.
We certainly probably have. I don't remember when we did, but probably. I don't think he's a spoiler. I think it's like he's a super NPC type of character. Okay. He's like, oh my gosh.
Super NPC.
Yes. I'm an NPC.
They're so orange. They're just solid orange.
Yeah, no, they're not supposed to be. I'm working on the outline of them right now. Trying to remember my the method that I learned. I'm trying to really just sort of remember how it works. I could just grab the pieces and move them over, but I don't want to do that.
Like, I remember, Jinx, you were talking about your personality type. Or like Googling it. And it was like, it was one of those videos where it's like Googling your personality types. And it's just like INTP, how to be human.
How to be human? Yeah, I love this shit. Uh-oh, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
What the heck? That looks crazy.
I love that shit. How to be human.
Boy. This is 64, that is 0.
I don't know how to human. It's hard.
Work on it, bro.
Yeah, no. I do like the personality test because unlike the sort of like astral sign kind of thing that's just like whatever, it does feel like it has some level of like truth to it and how it's able to like pretty accurately describe people in more than just broad strokes.
I see. It was too big.
Yeah, it's a little bit more accurate, it seems. Yeah, seems like it has some credence.
Clear water revival. I'm sorry, that's what popped into my mind just a moment ago when you said that. Yeah, okay. Ooh, that's not right. We gotta bring down that Y value. Oops.
Can't wait for you to take the test and then your personality type is robot.
That would be very interesting
That's gonna happen
to
one day.
discover. You are robot. Domo arigat, Mr. Robot. Did it work? That doesn't look right. You're not supposed to be too much bigger than
And
Tails'
it'll
size.
make you feel real good about yourself because then like you get like the test results and it'll be like other famous people with your personality type. Be like William Shakespeare.
Saddam Hussein. No!
Yeah. Yep, that's gonna happen.
I wonder, is it because of this? Is this why it's like that?
It's like I think your result jinxes like people with your personality type, Bill Gates. Like,
Bill Gates, Albert Einstein, Blaise Pascal, fucking. Probably Elon Musk. I don't know. He's probably an extrovert. I don't know. I don't fucking know. There's also probably some killers in there somewhere to make.
Oh yeah,
it
no,
out.
definitely. It's a.
Yeah.
Just, they probably looked for the most positive individuals they could,
that's what
rather than
they
like,
do.
you're a lot like John Wayne Gacy. Like, wow,
Oh, well,
I don't need that.
Great.
yeah, Rodolus, you share the same personality type with OJ.
No, let's not. I mean, I am fond of sharp edges. Anyway, no, I'm not actually. I don't like sharp things that much. Wow, what time is it? Okay, I said I was gonna run till 4, and that's what we're gonna try to do. Also, we need to make Speedy's eyes smaller.
What's so significant about the number 4?
It's just it was like 3:30 when I made that decision. Like, oh, get off in 30 minutes so that I can.
Oh no, I think it's like the number of death, and you want to like kill the stream at a specific point.
Sure. Yeah, let's go with that. Where is? Oh, no. What was I adjusting just now? Oh, I was adjusting that. Oh, this is taking a while, but whatever.
One thing I did like going through. Actually, you know what? Let's find out. We can do this. I'm gonna get the test open here, and we can go through and answer these questions as if it's Tails, and we'll find out what Tails' personality type is.
Oh, jeez.
Because are we going to agree on everything about Tails?
Well, let's see. Let's test it.
Oh, goodness. So the panel of 3 people are going to decide what Tails' personality is.
Okay, so like I said before, this is a scale where each one of these questions has 7 responses. Strong agree, middle agree, soft agree, nothing, like a complete medium, like kind of nothing sort of thing, then a soft disagree, medium disagree, and hard disagree. And you just fill in one of those for each question. So I'll just answer them, and you'll tell me like mid, soft, hard, disagree, or agree, or just complete middle if you can't go to any of them.
Okay.
You regularly make new friends. This is about Tails.
I would say that's not true.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess when they come up to him, he makes friends with
He
them.
has like 3 friends. Does he have like a bunch of friends in our universe?
No. I mean, I guess we could imply that he is on friendly terms with most people if we wanted to go the route of Tails is a frequent face around the island, but we haven't really settled on that, like a delivery
He
boy.
regularly makes new friends.
I would say he doesn't necessarily regularly make new friends. He's an open enough person to make friends, but it's not like
a mid disagree or soft disagree. He has like I could imagine that people like him around the island, but as like, hanging out with him,
Yeah.
he doesn't
Alright.
hang.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You spend a lot of your free time exploring various random topics that pique your interest.
Random
What would
topics.
Tails
Say
think
that Tails
about
likes specific things, but I would say probably medium to soft disagree as well. I mean, he has specific interests, is why I'm like, and they're not necessarily random, but maybe he does a lot of research. I don't know. That's what's problem. Right.
His interests are mechanical engineering
Yeah.
and like
Random topics that pique his interest. I think the random word is what's throwing me, because it's like whatever happens to be interesting to Tails at any given moment, he's just gonna go and do research on. I mean, he has a very specific set of things that he's interested in. So like, that's why I'm like, I don't think
I
it's.
feel like if he was interested in it, of course he's gonna research it, but how often does he change that? I don't know.
We'll go with the soft disagree there. Seeing other people cry can easily make you feel like you want to cry too.
Tails is I don't know if he would cry. He would definitely empathize with them. I mean, it really depends on what it is and who it is, I guess. Sonic's crying. He's like, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Or Amy's just crying, like, "Oh no, what's wrong, Amy?" Cosmo's crying. He's bawling. You're like, "Oh no!"
Does he cry with them, or?
I don't think he cries with people. That's just my personal take. I know he's like his character description in other games is like, he's I wouldn't say maybe soft-hearted or kind-hearted individual. He's empathetic, but
he doesn't cry.
doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna cry with people.
All right. You often make a backup plan for your backup plan.
I'd like to imagine that's the kind of character that Tails is, but he has not shown that in any games that we've seen him in.
I'm talking this Tails.
This Tails.
This Tails, does he plan?
When he gets an opportunity to plan, he does, but
Right. But is he? Let's say in his daily life, does he plan things regularly?
I don't
think so.
I don't think so either. He just has a routine and he just does that.
So I don't see him as like a big planner.
He's not like I can feel that.
Since he plans for a lot of other stuff, but like not in his like day-to-day life, I think like a soft disagree there. You usually stay calm even under a lot of pressure.
In our game, yeah, I'll say yes. So
Yeah.
Mid agree.
Mid-agree.
In other games he doesn't, but in our game he's like the hero and he doesn't really lose himself.
Yeah, he doesn't lose his cool. It doesn't mean that he's not thrown, but he's not going all like, "Oh, Sonic, help me!" So
like,
yeah.
After one scene, I have him like kind of gather himself, but during the fight, he's doing his best. So
Okay.
I'll say like.
Fractor, are you saying he's? Oh, I'm not sure what you're responding to, Fractor.
At social events, you rarely try to introduce yourself to new people, and mostly talk to the ones you already know.
Oh shoot. For me, that's a strong agree. But for Tails,
No, for me,
Wait,
that's
what?
a strong agree.
yeah, we go around talking to.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh no, I was like, so the question was, in social events, do you search? Do you go around introducing yourself, or do you talk to people that you already know, or something like that? Right? That was the...
At social events, you rarely try to introduce yourself to new people and stick to people you already know.
I would see Tails as being more introverted here. So
Okay.
Yeah.
maybe let other people's introduce him, like Sonic or something would introduce him to other people.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
All right. You prefer to completely finish one project before starting another.
I feel like Tails probably
so
works on more
Tails,
things
like-
at once.
Right? Does Tails sit here and invent a bunch of different things, and he has a bunch of different like inventions he's working on, or does he
Okay.
just stay focused on one invention until it's done? I would say he'd have a bunch of.
I think he's got a lot of side projects.
You're very sentimental.
Tails is a
Tails is-
sentimental character. He's sensitive, but I don't know. I think that's a
A soft degree.
soft degree.
Okay. You like to use organizing tools like schedules and lists.
Schedule list.
Does Tails use schedules and lists? Does he seem like the type, or does he? I mean, I don't think that he does a lot of schedules and lists. I mean, it makes more sense. Like, well, I guess we're trying to create a character that is like sort of makes sense that he's like a contextually holistic character. So like, if he's working on multiple projects at the same time, perhaps we're saying that that's kind of something that he would do. And he probably doesn't make a lot of schedules and lists, especially since he spends most of his time alone, just doing whatever he wants
And
at home.
he kind of works on the stuff side, and probably what piques his interest at the moment. I can see him getting a lot of his stuff done.
Yeah,
But-
definitely. He can keep it in his head,
Yeah.
but it's not like making lists.
It's not like a huge schedule thing. So,
Just work on it when it feels like it.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? We're disagreeing, right? That's.
Okay.
Or what? What was the question?
How was it
You
worded?
use organizing tools like schedules and
Right.
Oh
lists.
yeah,
No.
yeah.
Okay. Even a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities and knowledge.
Tails might be like.
Previous game, yeah. Previous games definitely have shown him to do that. And even other media like shows, I guess Sonic X comes to mind. And we are basing our tales off of these other things. Maybe a little bit.
Other things to some extent, and then and other things we aren't. But with this, I could see him doubting himself sometimes. In fact, I think I wrote that in there somewhere. So, yeah.
Yeah, agree.
Okay. You feel
Really,
comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation.
In the video game, it's going to be a little narrative dissonance type of a thing where we make Tails go and talk to people. What?
In like the in the context of things, I don't see him doing that all that much.
Yeah, he'd only go and talk to someone if he had to.
He
Okay,
is
gotcha.
he is a little reclusive in this game, right? He's
Yeah.
living a bit-
No, I guess it kind of... Remember how... What? The description of Tails in Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is that he just sort of walks up to Sonic and is like, you're my friend now.
Okay, I got that.
First and last time he ever did that.
So, you're not too interested in discussing various interpretation and analysis of creative work.
Creative work. Tails
let's
is...
say if it's his inventions, he would love talking about those.
Yeah, so I would
You're
say I
not
disagree.
Work, right?
Yeah, but you're not interested in discussing various interpretations of creative work, like analysis, like that kind of thing, of creative
Wow.
stuff.
Well, okay, so that's a good question. Like, because Tails... He's creative, but he's not an artsy type, and I guess that's what comes to mind when I hear creative work, but that doesn't necessarily mean that... I guess that's exactly what that means.
So let's say discussing an invention, I think he'd like that, and maybe different interpretations of it.
Yeah.
I guess you can't really interpret an invention a different way unless you think of different ways to use it.
Yeah,
Maybe
before it's made, right? It is the time for that kind of
But
discussion.
If he's staring at a piece of artwork, maybe he doesn't really care that much.
Yeah, that doesn't really pique his interest.
Yeah. So I don't know which way do we want to go about this.
Yeah, how artistic is Tails?
We'll go with a soft
He's
degree.
creative. Okay, he's creative with his inventions.
Well, of course, yeah. When I see creative work, obviously that could include inventions.
Yeah.
So
Soft disagree, soft agree, mid.
Soft,
he's
soft.
not interesting, so I disagree. He would be interested in discussion, right?
Okay, okay.
He'd be like, interested in some discussion. Sure. Yeah.
All right. You feel you're more inclined to follow your head than your heart.
True. Soft agree. He's not like super he's not super like
Got it.
crazy on the he can empathize better than I can, so I would say a soft agree or mid agree.
Okay. You usually prefer just doing what you feel like at any given moment instead of planning a particular daily routine.
Yeah, I agree. Because Tails, we already established that he does
Yeah,
not
that's-
necessarily
that's
plan
agree,
or
yeah.
keep lists or things. He just
Okay.
does what he does.
You rarely worry about whether you're making a good impact on people you meet.
Can Tails be oblivious to the way people perceive him? Is that a thing he worries about? Because I imagine that he probably does, just sort of. He just is Tails, right? He just goes in, does his thing, and people are like, maybe.
So he doesn't worry about it.
Okay. You enjoy participating in group activities.
Saving the world! That's a group activity.
In our game, he's alone a lot of the times. Like, let's say at the beginning, I say he doesn't really care that much. But when he's with the group and saving the world, he does.
Yeah, no, he's fully invested in whatever he happens to be doing. So like, he's not adverse to group activities. He just
Does
would-
he enjoy participating in it? Maybe a soft. disagree.
yeah. There are no characters like Tails in the games, so we can say like, oh yeah, he loves to just sort of like collaborate with people on
Soft
inventions
agree,
and
he
stuff.
So soft agree he enjoys participating.
Yeah, I guess we could say something like on the lines of when he was collaborating with Professor Pickle or whatever.
Let's see here. You like books and movies that make you come up with your own interpretation of the ending.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Your happiness comes more from helping others accomplishing things than your own accomplishments.
His happiness comes from. He likes to help others.
But he also loves to invent things, and he's very proud of
in
his
own
inventions.
path. Yeah.
So, and since he spends most of his time alone, he's not helping others most of the time. So he's just like, yeah. Unless he's like an island repairman, where he just kind of helps people in general.
Kind of does that to some extent, but that's not. Is that helping others with? That's helping others with his ability rather than helping others achieve their own goals.
Yeah.
I don't see him achieving anyone else's goals at the moment.
Yeah.
Right?
Mostly just his own.
Okay. You're interested in so many things that you find it difficult to choose what to try next.
No, I disagree with Tails. Has a very specific set of interests, and we already said he pretty much just does it. Like, sure, this is not a real person. We don't have to think about this.
Which invention do I do next?
And he's just frozen. He doesn't know what to do. Oh man, I don't think he has that problem.
You're prone to worrying that things will take a turn for the worse.
No.
No, Tails does not worry about things that aren't directly affecting him.
So I'm very hard disagree with that.
That's a disagree.
Okay.
He's more
You avoid leadership roles in group settings.
Yes. Tails does not necessarily seek out being the leader. In fact, I don't think he
ends up being that a little bit. But maybe not quite. It's not like the de facto leader. It's more like a.
Yeah, he's helping.
He's helping and he's a little assertive, but
You're definitely.
Yeah, Amy definitely finds herself in that role more, I think, in our story. That's not a spoiler.
Okay. You are definitely not an artistic person.
Definitely not artistic.
Yeah, Tails is not
His
really.
His inventions are artistic, right? That is an art form. Inventing stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you could say that.
That takes creativity.
It does take. It absolutely does take creativity to invent things. Trying to find out where my pupil's supposed to be now in the world. That's
okay. You think the world would be a better place if people relied more on their rationality and less on their feelings?
How would Tails think about this?
Tails probably wouldn't.
I would go with yes, but hey, that's
Yeah, Tails like.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's like Tails. Tails.
I would say I don't know. How does he?
How did he strike? Like, where do we go for inspiration on this? Because this is like now digging into like our own personal things, and like, what do we want Tails to be? Tails is like a character who understands people's feelings and that kind of stuff. He's empathetic. Does he wish? Does any instance, like, you know, have we noticed or observed him being more concerned? Like, hey, Sonic, I wish you would plan this stuff out more rather than doing stuff outside of fan fiction, right? Where does that happen, or is it just Tails just sort of reacts to stuff as it happens and doesn't necessarily go like, oh man, the world would be. Does he have like a philosophy on life? He's never established one, never stated.
People like, oh man, if people didn't, would just a little think about their problems a little bit more, then they, work their issues out rather than being so damn emotional all the time. Not thinking exactly those lines, but it's like that kind of idea. Like if we could, people would just be more rational, we'd have an easier time living. Or is he like, I wish people felt for others more because then we'd be more empathetic.
That we would care more about each other. Is that a Tails line? Because I feel like he could, if you found that in a game, he'd be like one of those things where he kind of appeals for both, you know?
I'd want to favor he's more rational and towards the thinking side, which is the, he would like people to be a more rational type, but, yeah.
I don't, like, personally, I feel like that's not necessarily a, like, I hear where you're coming from, but that's like,
that's
striking as a Tails
what I would
thing.
be writing in this game. More
So are we
rational.
thinking soft agree or soft disagree? Or just complete middle of the road?
I want to say agree, maybe a middle agree. Let's just go with soft agree, fine.
Yeah, soft. I'm not out.
Okay. You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax.
Tails chores. You think Tails does chores? I mean, I guess we did give him chores to do.
He has to keep his house.
Keep his house clean.
Does he care to do his chores first or go on inventions and maybe he's a little messy? I don't know. How do we have his house?
It could be a little bit like a little messy. I don't know how. I don't see Tails as being like overly neat.
Mm-hmm.
Like a neat figure. Like, oh no, everything's
be like dirty or nothing, but a little messy around. So maybe does he prefer to do chores before? So I'll be like middling disagree, right? So he
Sure.
doesn't prefer to do chores first.
Yeah, what's...
Alright. You enjoy watching people argue.
No.
Enjoy watching them argue.
I don't think Tails enjoys watching people argue.
Okay.
Same. No.
You tend to avoid drawing attention to yourself.
Sure.
Yeah, Tails is not flashy. You agree on that?
Your mood can change very quickly.
No.
No, Tails' moods are pretty stable.
Alright.
Doesn't appearing in Speed Not Sports
You-
racing game count as a group activities? LOL, Fractor. He seemed to enjoy himself there.
Let's see here. You lose patience with people who aren't as efficient as you.
No, I don't think Tails is out here worried about people's efficiency. Honestly, what makes Tails lose his patience is people don't listen to him. they just do stuff.
You often end up doing things at the last possible moment.
So he said he didn't plan, but that doesn't mean that he does things at the last possible moment.
Procrastinates.
Is Tails a procrastinator? I don't think so. Of course, Tails doesn't really often have anything to procrastinate
you
about.
know-
He's just doing his own thing.
You've always been fascinated by the question of what, if anything, happens after death.
No,
Is-
Tails. He
Tails
never-
probably isn't. No,
No.
it's typical shonen
Okay.
character.
You usually prefer to be around others rather than on your own.
That is a false.
That's not
Okay.
or false, however the answer.
Let's see here. You become bored or lost or lose interest when the discussion gets highly theoretical.
That is also false.
Okay? You find it easy to empathize with a person whose experiences are very different from yours.
Easy to empathize.
Easy to empathize. Like that might be a
Middling, I slightly agree.
slightly agree. We kind of need that out of him as the
Empathetic,
protagonist
yeah.
of the character.
You usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible.
No, won't work.
Well, hold on. He likes to. What that means is, let's say, he likes to keep the option open so to gather as much information as possible. So that would be a yes.
Okay? You rarely second guess the choices that you've made.
We already kind of discussed, like, something doesn't work out, he kind of doubts it. So, Tails second guessing his own choices wouldn't clash with
Would be
that.
that. Yeah. So yeah, I could see it. Rarely, I would say disagree then. Mid disagree.
Yeah.
Second guess himself.
Okay? After a long and exhausting week, a lively social event is just what you need.
No, I think Tails
No.
would just
Disagree, yeah.
curl up into a ball and fall asleep, or do something else,
Okay.
some stress
You
relief.
enjoy going to art museums.
Probably not.
No.
To disagree.
You often have a hard time understanding people's feelings.
Tails can understand people's. That's a disagree. I think he can understand people's. He doesn't have a hard time understanding people's feelings.
Okay? You
Like
like to have a to-do list for each day.
No.
He's gonna end up in INFP. Let's see. Do you have a to-do list for each day? No, he doesn't.
Okay? You rarely feel insecure.
Rarely.
Rarely.
Yeah, I guess. Rarely he feels insecure.
Yeah,
It's
sure,
not like it
guess
doesn't
so.
happen, but it's rare.
Yeah, it's-
Uh,
So
with
agree.
that.
Or no.
Middle agree,
Let's see here. You avoid making phone calls.
yeah.
Yes. Tails
Yes.
doesn't call people. I don't call people either.
Right? You often spend a lot of time trying to understand views that are very different from your own.
No.
Sure. Why
Sure.
not? I mean,
I guess he was confronted with them, but like, I don't know.
if he's confronted with them, he would ask questions about it. Sure.
Okay. So agree. All right. In your
I have any
social
problems with
circle,
this.
you're often the one who contacts your friends and initiates activities.
No.
No, disagree.
Okay. If your plans are interrupted, your top priority is to get back on track as soon as possible.
Does Tail go with the flow, or does he try to get back on track?
Like let's get
Just-
back on track.
Yeah, he just like, look, the plan has failed. We have to do something else. I think he would be more like on that line.
Mm-hmm.
You're still bothered by mistakes that you made a long time ago.
No, we're not writing Tales as a regret boy.
Right.
Alright? You rarely contemplate the reasons for human existence in the world.
Tails.
Contemplate. I don't think he does. I don't
Blocks
think he's
exist.
contemplate.
Sitting there thinking
Why
about.
do I exist? I don't. Our game
Yeah.
isn't getting all super philosophical like that, so I don't think.
Yeah, I don't see him necessarily doing that.
Your emotions control you more than you control them.
No, disagree.
Yep, disagree.
Okay. You take care to, what is it? You take great care not to make people look bad, even when it is completely their fault.
Now Tails will let you look bad.
Fair.
Hmm? Okay, so I'm thinking of.
Okay, no wait, I agree. Okay, let's go with Tails is gonna point out the problem.
Yeah, like he's not worried.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's not out here like. I was thinking about his interactions with Eggman in Sonic, what's it called, Lost World, and those kinds of things where he kind of like he's like. I think it was him who was mad about the conch shell being used to control the Zeddy, and like how that was a bad idea or something like that. Anyway, like he will let Eggman take that fall.
Of course he will. He's the villain.
Yeah.
Got it. Your personal work style is closer to a spontaneous burst of energy than organized and consistent effort.
No, that's false. I think Tails is more organized and consistent when he's working on this particular project. So I think that's a disagree on my end.
Let's say he doesn't he get like inspired to do something.
Yeah, but does he like get inspired and then just be like, that's him focusing on that thing? Because I guess it doesn't really matter because this is a test for a personality type, so it's not like we're not writing up a character list of consistent traits because people are rarely consistent. But the thing is I was thinking in my mind when I heard that question, like, at least, was that when Tails, it's like his work method or something like that is just
like when he gets up, he's just like, oh, I want to do this thing right now, instead of needing to really sit down and like think about it, like hash it out.
I thought like a consistent effort. That's what I was thinking. Not like the inspiration itself, but like when he's doing the work, I guess. Like, yeah, he can be. We were thinking he's working on multiple projects at the same time. I guess it'd be more consistent with the burst of inspiration than the consistent effort, because.
When somebody thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it'll take for them to feel disappointed in you.
Disagree.
Okay. You would love a job that requires you to work alone most of the time.
Agree.
Agree.
Okay. You believe that pondering abstract philosophical questions is a waste of time.
No, disagree.
Disagree. Just because he doesn't do it doesn't mean he doesn't think it's important.
You feel more drawn to places with busy, bustling atmospheres than quiet, intimate places.
Disagree.
Introverted as fuck.
You know at first glance how someone's feeling.
Disagree. Because we'll have to figure it out.
Okay.
First glance, like who does?
You often feel overwhelmed.
Disagree.
Not often. I don't think he often feels overwhelmed.
Yeah. So.
Okay. What is it? You complete things methodically without skipping over any steps.
Personally, no. For Tails, if he's working on multiple projects at the same time and they are kind of like creative bursts, then this is a disagree.
Okay.
He just works on them as he thinks to do it.
Yep. You are very intrigued by things labeled as controversial.
Intrigued by it?
Intrigued by things labeled as I disagree. I don't know. I don't know what Tails considers controversial. Should girl Sonic characters wear clothes or not? Tails is like, I am intrigued by this.
You would pass along a good opportunity if you thought someone else needed it more.
Yeah, he would.
Lost World Tales was written like a jerk. Don't think that counts. Fair enough, Fractor. What were you saying, Cryle?
Struggle. Oh, I said you would pass along a good opportunity if you thought someone else needed it more.
Tails would do that, yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
Altruistic.
He's an altruistic little boy.
You struggle with deadlines.
Since Tails works for himself largely, like what? It's like, I guess
You have deadline.
he doesn't have deadlines, so it's like, how do we even argue that? But,
If he had a deadline,
would he
have a
meet it?
problem with
I guess that means that he would have a job to do, and that means that he would take it very seriously. So I would say he
Yeah,
doesn't.
I would say he hit deadlines and stuff. Would
Yeah, he
always
hits
be
him.
Late somewhere? I don't think so. I don't
Right.
think he'll struggle with deadlines. So.
Yeah, no, Tails is.
You feel confident that things will work out for you.
I say yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Why can't I?
Optimistic.
He's an ISFP.
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 His personality type is the adventure.
Adventure. Tails adventure. It's like we did that on purpose. No, I'm kidding. We did. Not a thought went into this beforehand.
Let's see here. Adventurers are flexible and charming, always ready to explore and experience something new.
Alright, neat.
He's 89% introverted.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. 67% observant. Observant individuals are pragmatic and down to earth. They tend to have a strong focus on what's happening or very likely to happen.
Alright.
So let's see here. It's 51% feeling. Value emotional, okay. 68% prospecting. Alright. And he's 78% assertive.
Hey, not bad. Color. What am I missing here?
A little bit more sure of himself. Does that make sense?
I am missing something, and I don't know what it is.
It's the adventurer. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Tails Adventure, Armada.
I'm Tails.
not gonna finish
the
this.
adventurer.
4:07 now. Okay, so it's about time for me to wrap this up. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out what in the world it is that I didn't figure out before. It sucks. Texture, texture, texture.
So now, whenever somebody asks you the meaning of the title Tales Adventure Armada, you say, "Well, it really we're
It's
diving
an
into the
ISP
first one."
store. Yeah. Or IS, or whatever the thing is called. Sorry. I don't want that. Color is whatever. I really cannot, for the life of me. Oh, it should be. It's on this side, isn't it? Cool, cool, cool. Thank you for that, I guess. Emission. Oh. Color. Oh. That should be a. Oh, maybe that matters. Some color to a material. Let's put a
Tails
shader.
is an adventurer.
Tails the adventurer. ISFP.
Armada.
Let's look up ISFP. Adventurer.
Nope, that didn't do anything. Great. Okay. Oh my goodness. Mix clamp. Strength. That doesn't matter either. I'll figure this out eventually.
Let's see. Let's go into the career. Let's go into the career option for Tails' personality type. Maybe his relationship. Perhaps him as a parent.
I'm good. Thank you, though. I'm about to close the stream. I'm sorry. I didn't finish the eyes. There was a bunch of stuff I wanted to do. Never mind, that was the thing about... Oh! Yeah, no, he's definitely a spoiler, and he's not a thing until Region 4. But, yeah, it's quite far out. We'll get together, we'll discuss spoiler stuff with the writing staff later. I'm not kidding, we should do that, just to make sure that we have that kind of covered, because there's a couple things that happen in Region 1 that we do want to keep under wraps, and that way we don't actually end up talking about them. So yeah, let me just read up these comments before I end things. Sonic, I think Sonic is the one with the philosophy stuff. He's the one about making speeches and living life to the fullest. Well, that's because he's the main character of most of the games. Expecting the best of everyone, even villains like an IDW. Lost World was Tales written like a jerk. Never mind. I'm not even gonna read the comment. It's dangerous. Hopefully there's no playback on this thing. Yeah. Thank you everyone for coming out, though. It's been a lot of fun. Sorry for missing the last weekend, of course, yesterday, but we'll be back on our normal schedule going forward, so you ain't gotta worry about missing all of that wonderful Tales Adventure Armada goodness that you all, 6 of you, have come to expect and love from Project Armada. In any case, I'm gonna go ahead and roll my outro.
We got it. So one of the careers for an ISFP is a mechanic. There we go. We got
You know what? That works.
What else? What else? A game designer.
Tails dies. How dare you spoil the ending? How dare you? Especially a lie ending. That was the secret ending.
What did you need to do to make that happen?
Oh, lose at the first enemy. And he just dies in the credits roll.
You get 1 life?
Just, that's it.
Got the careers to avoid. Aeronautical engineer. No, he can totally do that.
He works on a plane. Wait, I guess because of actual aeronautical engineering is a lot, it's a lot more different than Tails doing mechanics on a plane. As an engineer, you have to do a lot of collaboration. Like, you have to spend a lot of time around people doing reviews and designs and stuff. Is there?
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Do you need a special degree to work on plane mechanics, or is it like different than planes? I mean, than cars?
Yes.
I imagine obviously you need a certification, but I'm like,
You definitely need a certification.
I don't need to go to college for it. And like,
you might want to go to college for it.
yeah, probably. Especially if you're going to be working on jet engines,
Uh-huh.
which your pop.
Definitely need to understand how it works.
Papaw's crop duster probably doesn't require nearly as much. Like it does, because it's a plane, but... why is my video block not playing? Let me look at this real quick. Alright. Well, once again, thank you all for coming out. Thanks for watching our stream. I have been Rodolus, and you have been wonderful. Goodbye.